All right, ready?
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you ready?
So since there was no file name incentive because of a glitch we do, I'll just name Link Franker Z. And I will name opponent Little Z. Oh, oops, all caps. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna give a countdown. We good? Okay, on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's go.
All right.
All right, we jump into stuff in this game really quickly.
Yeah, so hi everyone, welcome to Twilight Princess All Dungeons. I'm Aether, sitting behind me on the couch.
I'm Gymnast86.
I'm Zelux.
I'm Katakase, and with me I have a gnome.
So right in the beginning of this run, there's gonna be a lot of explaining to do. So, but first, we're just gonna carry this rock to this gate over here.
All right, so after he clips through this gate, he's going to do a trick called Back in Time, which basically he just resets the game and voids out in the same frame, which is going to put him on the title screen, but also, like, he's gonna be in the title screen state. He's gonna be able to save the title screen state to his file, which is going to have a number of effects. He's gonna do a safety strat for it. There's like a few different ways to do it, but he's gonna run over here and then do a strat that includes unplugging his controller to do 2 frame perfect inputs on the same frame.
Oh God, holding my controller weird. Okay, there we go. Plug in. There we go. All right, nice. That's a safety strat. Top runners of this game do just basically a YOLO strat that if you miss, you just reset to the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so like right after you clip to the gate, you can just side hop and then pull up like the item menu and then just reset out of that. But that is harder to do than just unplugging the controller on that side of the bridge and like getting it really easily, which is a perfectly safe marathon strat.
Yeah, so the title screen has actually a separate file in memory that it uses just for displaying Link on Epona, which is why we now have the green tunic, the Hylian shield, and the Ordon sword.
Right on.
And it also lets you skip the first couple days of Ordon, which was like herding goats, collecting a couple things for villagers, some side quests, all those sort of things that are pretty boring to do. It has some other side effects that come into play later on in the run, which we'll get into like when we get to those points.
Yeah.
Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves.
Also, there's instant text in this game as well, which makes it pretty nice, besides items.
Yeah, it pretty much doesn't matter what language you're really playing on. For the most part, there's, again, some exceptions to that, which we'll get into later on, but when it comes to text specifically, most text boxes are pretty much instantaneous. You can like hit the A button and then the B button to clear it instantly.
Optimally, you're gonna see most of the fastest runners play on German. There's some stuff like little idiosyncrasies with German that makes it a few seconds faster, but again, like we said, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, when it comes to actual text differences, it's only like German is only like 6 seconds faster than English.
Yeah, for any percent.
Yeah. For all dungeons, it's slightly different. Rolling is, like with most Zelda, is fastest, although there's a few more intricacies to it in this game. Like with most Zelda games with rolling up slopes sometimes can be a little finicky. You want to go for frame perfect rolls, obviously, to preserve speed, but if you drop frame perfect rolls while like rolling up slopes, it can be bad. So you want to like try and avoid upward slopes and just go downwards where possible. Also in these starting areas, just a lot of areas in the game, but mostly in the start, some of these areas have like varied levels of lag, so you kind of have to adjust your roll timing slightly depending upon where you are.
Yeah, Twilight Princess definitely, I would say at least, has the most complex rolling tech. Like, even though we just roll, it's, you know, really complicated and really specific. A lot, you can easily lose 10, 20 seconds at just this, like the first 4 minutes of the game from rolling, and that's it.
Also, you can tell whether or not a roll is frame perfect based on the item buttons around the A button. So in between rolls, if he doesn't get a frame perfect roll, the like lantern will relight up. The lantern will relight up instead of staying dimmed out. So what he said there was a break slide.
Yeah, break sliding is actually a technique that exists in multiple 3D Zelda games, those being Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. It's a very precise and complex technique of being able to preserve speed while you go up a slope, because the game will alter your speed to be slower if you're going up a slope, or even slower if you're going down a slope very slightly. Because the fastest speed that you can get in this game is when you're rolling over perfectly flat ground.
Yeah, so like right here on that last little section, that little slope right there, from that cutscene, you can roll up that slope, and then like 8 rolls, or if they're really bad rolls, it can be like 10 or 11. And from just that slope alone, you can lose like 2 or 3 seconds sometimes.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, again, the movement in this game is super complex. As you get further along, It gets a little bit simpler. There's a lot more flat planes, but at the beginning especially,
Yeah, it's
really
funny. Like at the
important.
start, it's harder than most any other part in the run.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably why we all reset so much.
Yeah, so the start of this run is usually pretty reset heavy, at least when doing PB attempts. When going to a marathon, it's pretty easy to get a run going as long as you play pretty safe. Right here we have goats, which is one of the reasons that tend to reset pretty early on.
What are you talking about? This is the best part of the game.
This is my favorite. That's why I reset here all the time.
I know, you just want to keep doing it.
So these goats are like incredibly finicky. They sometimes will notice you when you're standing right next to them, and sometimes they won't notice you. Like if you're like really close to them, it's stupid.
Generally, there's 2 routes that you can take for goats. Some people elect to go left. Aether is one of those people. Other people like to go right. Right's a little bit simpler, but it's a bit slower. Optimally, you would do goats in, under 17 seconds.
Wow.
But things like this happen.
Is Howard really gonna do this?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Howard.
We've named all of these goats, and this goat right here is Howard.
Yeah. Come on, Howard, man.
Shout outs to Howard.
All right.
Not too bad.
Decent, yeah. A good goat time is around 18 seconds.
Like a really solid goat's like 18 seconds. I think the best time, Gymnast here has actually tasked the game, and I think that task had like 14 seconds or something.
Yeah, 14
14.
seconds.
I think best of humans then is what? 17?
No, 15.
15. Oh, man.
Was that Fino then, or?
It's probably
You know who
Fino.
did that?
That was some random person back in like 2009.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to come up on everybody's favorite Zelda character. Bo the Mayor. So his text boxes here are a little bit glitched out. Because of Back in Time, some of the flags that get set from Back in Time actually affect Bo right now. So right now he's in a state that coincides with getting Epona after you've finished Elden Twilight. So he's inside right now. He's not supposed to be. He's supposed to be outside and talking to you through like a specific cutscene, but Aether has to just trigger all of those different text boxes separately. Thankfully, it just works out that you can just wrestle Bo now and get the Iron Boots early.
Essentially, like you're having a certain event with Bo, but you're having that event happen in like the wrong place. So it's pretty glitchy.
All right, rock, paper, scissors time.
All right,
Yeah, all
you
right,
guys
ready,
want to rock,
boys?
paper, scissors?
Ready, boys? All right, ready? On Hymagena.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
We lost.
So this is rock, paper, scissors. Bo can do like 4 different things. He can like dodge, grab you, slap you, or do nothing. And ideally he dodges or does nothing, because then you can slap him and then push him off in one go. You have to mash pretty quickly actually to be able to do that. You have to mash like somewhere between like 12 and 15 times a second.
Well, I think generally you want to go 13. 14 sometimes can drop. 15 almost always drops inputs, and then 12 is, depending on the move that you get, is a little bit too slow.
All right, so this right here can happen a lot, where you just constant double. All right,
Hey, there
so
we go.
You got the sidestep, so you should be able to. So if he sidesteps like you saw there, eventually you can just push him off. But like sometimes he'll like sit there and just slap you while you're slapping him for like 10, 15 times in a row. It's just like, come on.
Yeah. If you couldn't tell, we reset here a lot.
Yeah. The RNG can get pretty bad sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially because it's really early in the run. You want to just try to get good RNG.
Obviously, we're not supposed to have iron boots, but again, because of the back in time, that's what lets us do this.
Having Iron Boots this early is going to be really helpful. Not now, a little later. Wait for it. But this is important. Trust us.
It's convenient.
Yeah, it's not just like a backtracking measure. This is really, really important.
All right, so he's going to be saving here actually to set out for another trick involving back in time. It's going to take place in like 30 minutes. You can do some really crazy things with back in time in this game. It's really nice how useful it is.
Got some more rolling. Coming up, we're going to come up on the first wolf section of the game. This area is it's basically just a tutorial of how to play as Wolf Link, but there are some little tech tricks and small time savers that will actually speed up this area a lot. The first one's going to be basically right away.
Yeah, so this is going to be kind of like the Wolf Link tutorial area where you're going to be introduced with Midna, and you're going to, in a casual playthrough, it'll teach you what Midna can do, Midna jumps, and etc.
So right here is going to do box breaks.
I'll do it just for you, Ace.
Aw.
Love you. It's the hardest trick in the game.
Yeah, serious time.
No! No.
Early. You gotta wait till 7. You gotta wait till 7,
All right,
dude.
so you can
dude.
break that box before, like, as that cutscene ends.
Yeah.
It saves a few frames or something.
Aether, you gotta remember everything in this game is 7.
Ace actually taught me that yesterday. It only saves 3 frames, so.
The most important 3 frames of the game.
Yeah, now you're introduced to, minute jumps. A couple cool optimizations in this dungeon, just from not jumping normally. Not in this dungeon, sorry, I meant just the sewers. Like, you can do a side hop here to save a little bit of time, and stuff like that.
Do you have time for a quick announcement?
Yeah.
The incentive has been met. We're going to get to see some Octopath Traveler.
All right, so the little Twilight enemies that are in this area can actually be a problem sometimes. It's pretty rare, but like if they hit you a couple times, it can be bad because there are a few tricks coming up that require you to like take some hits from enemies sometimes.
Depending on the category, in No Save Quit, which I know is a big meme, but it's a category. These guys are actually really important. Generally in that category, you have a heart or less in this area, and there's not really any opportunity to get hearts, so you can actually kill your run here to those guys, just their RNG.
Here's the first instance of a dash cancel.
So what a dash cancel is pretty much just dashing, and then you cancel it immediately with some other animation. So like you can dash, then jump off a ledge, dash, then bonk, dash, then do a B attack. Anything that'll like cancel the dash animation almost immediately will let you dash again right after that.
Coming up, he's gonna try to get a tech skip here. This tech skip's a little bit weird. He should have gotten it right there.
Oh no, I fell.
Fell.
Right there, normally you would fall down, and then Midna would say, hey, you're an idiot, and then you'd have to go back up, and she would teach you, hey, you can Midna jump and whatever. But going on the very edge of that ledge will allow you to skip the text box, but still give you the tutorial to start into jumping.
You like jump through the trigger for the text, but you land past it. So
Yeah.
it counts as being triggered. Something you did at the very bottom, right after that actually, which you can do again here, you might have noticed, is whenever you call Midna and then do some Midna jumps, you can actually get a 1 frame. Okay, so we got it right there. After you talk to Midna before doing Midna jumps, if you press A on a certain frame, the frame varies depending upon the jump, but you can actually jump immediately without needing to wait for Midna to like go up to where you need to jump to. He just got like 3 of them, so that's pretty cool.
Generally, how we determine if your Hyrule Castle is good is basically just how many tech skips did you get, how many first framers did you get, and everything else is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, this entire segment pretty much just consists of first frame jumps.
It's a really good area to show off like Wolf Tech though, before like the actual Twilight segments.
There's one more here.
Oh, I did that too early.
Oh, nice.
Oof.
Something that sucks about calling Midna early sometimes, and it's not just calling Midna early, it's for calling her for certain things. You actually have to wait before you can call her again. You can't like call her again immediately after you cancel calling her. You have to wait like a second and a half, which kind of sucks. And it can be bad if you're like in a tight spot for something.
Now we're going to do everyone's favorite trick.
With our second favorite Zelda character.
This segment is pretty much just, frame perfect stuff. Little frame perfect time saves up until this point, because we have a sword and shield skip, which is known for being a really difficult trick to learn. But once you like have a good understanding of it, it's pretty easy. So we should see it first. Basically, before you go into Fair and Twilight, you're supposed to get the sword and shield from Ordon Village. But because of Back in Time, we can't go into Ordon Village for the sword and shield because it's not in the correct state. And the game doesn't actually count you as having the sword and shield that's on your back. It's the wrong shield, and neither is the sword or shield in your inventory, which is what it's checking for. So Midna tries to stop you from going into Twilight. But we have a Bublin here that we can use to like jump over the trigger. So he's gonna lure the Bublin all the way over to the Fair and Twilight. That's another break slide, by the way. We're gonna lure the Bublin all the way over the trigger. And then he's going to set the Bublin up in such a way that he can jump attack the Bublin, send it out flying over the trigger, and then he's going to jump attack it again while it's over the trigger, and he should hit the trigger for the Twilight, while avoiding the trigger for Midna.
Yeah, the second jump attack is going to be the first sighting of a long jump attack in this game, which is a jump attack that goes farther than what a jump attack should normally go in this game. Bad boy.
Nice.
Nice.
Cool, we got it.
Okay, cool.
First try.
All right, awesome. So another problem with that trick sometimes is that Hugo, like, he attacks you randomly. Sometimes he can just not attack for like 15 seconds, which is stupid because then you have to wait to do the trick. But also sometimes he can just keep attacking you without you being able to push him into the right spot. So that was pretty lucky. I think he got it on like the third or fourth swing. However, he does have a heart, so he's probably gonna have to pick up an extra heart somewhere. Because we do have more tricks actually coming up that can end up.
Well, no,
costing you health.
he'll be good. The Tears of Light refill his hearts.
Oh right. It's all dungeons, yeah.
Just want to remind everybody here, this isn't any percent. I especially want to remind Aether, this
I'm on
isn't
the
any
couch.
percent.
I'm forgetting what category it is.
So right here he's going to learn the minute charge attack. You actually can't kill Shadow... What are they called? Messengers?
Shadow Beasts. Or,
Shadow Beasts?
Yeah.
Whatever. You can't kill these guys.
Twilight
without-
Messengers. There you go.
Yeah. You can't kill these guys without the charge attack. And also, the charge attack is really good for a specific glitch that's going to be coming up soon. So it's really convenient that we learn it here.
The reason I was concerned about health is that actually the 80% run doesn't get the Twilight Vessel, but he's going to be getting the Twilight Vessel and clearing this Twilight. Because just due to routing with how all dungeons works, it ends up being a little bit faster. Yeah, so the tiers give him health. So whenever he collects a tier from a bug, he'll get an extra heart.
You're going to see a little bit of strange routing here. He's not going to be picking up every single tier. He's going to be skipping some just because he's going to have to go through this area twice anyway, and it's going to be more convenient to wait to pick up some of these tiers until his second visit through this area.
Yeah, it takes like a second and a half for like a bug to become a tier, and then fall down to the ground where you can actually pick it up after you kill it.
That's something actually that they changed in the HD version of this game, which is probably, in my opinion, the only good change. But I'll argue with Jim about that later. He's getting some rupees here.
No, I'm getting a heart.
Oh, okay. If you see him digging in other spots or breaking grass, he's getting rupees for later on in the game. He's going to need 300 to enter City in the Sky. Normally, that's not too big of a deal. There's a lot of places where you can get big rupee drops, but it's a little bit faster if he gets 100 rupees without any of those like constant, 100 or 200 rupee drops.
Isn't this the guy that gives you the lantern?
Yeah. Score him.
This right here is like a dash cancel. He uses the ledge there to dash. He dashes and the ledge cancels the dash and dashes again when he lands on the ground.
Coming up, you're going to see a small first framer. Not here, but when he enters the cave, you can... So, as you can see there, when Midna hops on your back after you dig, Link kind of flinches a little bit and it stops you from moving. When he gets through this cave, he's going to try to avoid that by getting a first frame dash. It saves a little bit of time, but just small things like that is really what you want to do with wolf movement to get good times.
Yeah, this game has an insane amount of like one frame things that save like a second or less.
Yeah.
But it does add up throughout the course of the entire thing.
They
It's
really
crazy.
do, yeah.
Like up to this point, you could probably lose like 20, 25, maybe not that much, but you could lose probably up to like 15, 20 seconds.
That sounds
if you
about
miss
right,
if you miss all of it.
Oh, oops.
Oops. It's all right. 'Cause he's not gonna collect these right now.
Coming up, he's going to do one of the biggest tricks in the game, early Master Sword. We're probably just going to let him do it first, and then whoever wants to explain it is going to explain that. But this is the trick that solidifies the GameCube version over... Well, there's one more trick, but this is basically the trick that solidifies the GameCube version over the
terms of, like,
HD
in terms
version of the
speed,
game. Yeah,
just
in
being
terms of
faster.
speed.
Yeah, so in the HD version, this next area, they actually added a wall. A giant invisible wall, kind of like the barrier in the Wind
They
Waker.
added the barrier,
They
yeah.
had the barrier from the Wind Waker. They just felt like moving it into other games as well. Because why not? What the trick he's gonna do, you can't do in HD because of this giant wall, and it kind of sucks.
They made so many like unnecessary precautions to make sure you can't do this trick.
Nintendo loves their invisible walls.
All right, good RNG, please. That's decent. Oh, he's not close enough to the wall. I gotta reset this. Go over here.
Yeah, he needs to wait for a certain swing from the
Yeah.
messenger.
If he has a faster swing or a sideways swing, you can't.
Remember, you can get hearts. So.
Yeah, I gotcha. I was too late on that.
Yeah,
Ouch.
this is fine.
No hearts there.
Oh, don't get yeah, don't get killed.
Aether, you're giving me a heart attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take safety strat here, just for marathon safety.
Yeah, these messengers can be. This messenger
Yeah,
can
I'm
be
gonna
really
lead him
annoying.
here. Okay, so I have to purposely lead him over here again because I failed it the first time. And then I'll lead him back over here. Hopefully he does the slow swing again, and then I have to let go at a certain time.
Nice.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
It's not 100% over yet. He's gonna have to traverse through this area out of bounds and then jump out. So now he's over if you play this game casually, where you would come in way later in the game to go get the Master Sword.
I'm gonna just take safety, yeah. There we
Yeah,
go.
I get that heart.
It's unlikely he'll die next area, but like there are some little enemies that could kill him. That's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Only wastes like 20 seconds. It's okay.
Yeah, so the technique that he did to jump up onto the out-of-bounds wall like that is called a super jump. He abused the fact that the targeting point on the Twilight Messenger actually moved to be vertically above Wolflink, so that when Wolflink released the midnight charge, he actually went up through that point and was able to jump out of bounds with it.
In this category especially, there used to be some other cool instances of that. That kind of, with routing changes over the years, that kind of changed. So this is really the only super jump that we see now, right? In pretty much
so.
any category. Well, in 100% there's another one.
Yeah, there's a couple in that.
But, yeah.
Not if he wants
100%
to
is
go
a-
to Death Sword, Skip.
Okay, you know what, Jim? Listen, bud.
Okay, so this is just pretty straightforward. He's just gonna hit the Skull Kid couple times, and then just get to the Master Sword. Just a couple minor time saves in here, like dash canceling, a couple ledge cancels. We actually didn't mention ledge canceling, or ledge climb canceling. So if you like climb a ledge, but you're close to if you're close to a wall that's on the ledge, then you can like pop up and have your like climb animation canceled.
That was a little bit too far right. You can make that jump just by dashing down.
So something about wolf movement is that wolf movement's really nice because it's hard to lose time during it. It's like 2 seconds, Jim, right? So it's like 59 frames or something.
Yeah, 59 frames.
Yeah, so it's like 2 seconds between dashes, and then after you're able to dash again, you don't start losing speed again immediately. So it's really lenient. It's really nice.
Yeah, Wolflink also has 2 different movement speeds depending on what area you're in. Like in really big open areas like Hyrule Fields, Wolflink's speed is actually about 1.5 times faster than in a smaller area like this.
Right there is a little minor optimization to make sure he like fell from that little ledge when he attacked the Skull Kid in the cutscene.
Yeah, Skull Kid just disappears.
So during this section, Aether needs to hit the Skull Kid 3 different times. For these last 2 cycles, he needs to kill at least one of these puppets, and he wants to do that as quickly as possible. But he only wants to kill one of them because every time that you kill a puppet, there's a lag frame just for dramatic effect when you kill the enemy.
He also wants to make sure that he doesn't try to attack Skull Kid too early. You can only attack Skull Kid when he's blowing the whistle, or horn, whatever you want to call it. And it's really, really easy to get a little bit too eager and attack him early. And if you do that, he teleports away, and you have to wait a whole other
Worst feeling
cycle.
in the world.
Yeah, it loses a lot of time, actually, like surprisingly.
All right.
So now coming up on the Master Sword puzzle, which a very hard puzzle.
Yeah, very difficult.
The most challenging puzzle in the game.
Mm-hmm.
This was like the bane of a lot of people's casual playthrough.
Yeah. Oh man, dude, you got the best spawn RNG.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, this puzzle is actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It's the same every time.
After this puzzle, it's basically just going to be a 2-minute cutscene. So
Not
nothing much going on.
happening.
All right, I'm going to get a couple donations in then. We have a $10 donation from Cryptic. Hey guys, really enjoy watching Twilight Princess speedruns. Shout out to my speed friends, Aether, Gymnast, Ace, and Zelu. Greetings from Switzerland.
Hey.
We've got a $1,000 donation from Tareen. And he says, tingle, tingle, cooloo Simpa, prevent cancer. These are the magic words that Tingle created himself. I stole them. We've got a $25 donation from Keyblade. This game was a gift from my dad back when I was in high school and was responsible for getting me into the series in general. Thanks for playing such an awesome game for a great cause. We have a $250 donation from Mixer Diagonal Duke. Love the Zelda series, hate cancer. Thank you to all who are spending their time and money to fight it. All right, I'm going to try my best on this one. We've got $15 from Kiera Neko. Hope this run is fair and well, and that you won't get felled in battle. Hopefully the game will be nice and not planario de RNG prank on you. I hope you enjoy your donation with Ordona in the middle.
So one really nice thing, I guess, worth mentioning is about having the Master Sword so early is that you can go back and forth between human and wolf super early on, which is really nice for movement because, again, we mentioned that you can, like, wolf movement is really easy. So it's nice for longer distances that you have to run. Although sometimes it's not worth transforming to wolf because of the time it takes to transform into wolf and then transform back whenever you get to wherever you need to be.
Yeah, it's about 4 seconds to transform into wolf, and a lot of times, especially in dungeons, that transform time just isn't worth it, especially since generally you're gonna have to transform into wolf to move and then transform back to human to use an item or whatnot. So it really depends on how much lag is in the area, how slow Link's human movement is, and what items and just what you need to be able to do in that area if you're gonna use one or the other.
Yep. It also gives you the ability to warp pretty early on, which is nice. Because I don't think we'd be able to leave if we couldn't warp right now.
Yeah, no, you can't leave this area.
Yeah, being able to transform between human and wolf Link in Twilight sections is very critical to being able to route the game the way we do in the early parts.
Even though that we can warp whenever we want right now, we can't map warp. Those are 2 different things. So you can warp by calling Midna and then asking her to warp like Aether just did there. Or later on in the game, you can actually open your map button with the D-pad and then click Z and do a slightly faster warp there. That also has different, I guess, bugs with it that we're going to be exploiting later. Right now, he's just going to go back, like we said earlier, and collecting all the Vessels of Light right now. Again, with the strange routing, he's not actually going to collect all of them yet.
Yeah, I gotta get all of them.
He's still going to miss a couple, but trust us, this is fast.
Since you can transform into human here, you can actually just use the lantern earlier than you're supposed to get through the mist. Usually you're supposed to go through a sequence of like one of the monkeys stealing your lantern and then using the lantern to lead you through the mist, and it takes a really long time. It's really annoying because don't the monkeys have like a randomness factor to it, Jim?
Yeah, the monkeys can like wave their arms around for various amounts of time.
Yeah, because I know you guys have to do that in HD, right?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since you've had to do that in this game.
You also have to push the monkey. And then you can't push the monkey too far because then like she'll run back to where she was before. Like it's
Oh, oops.
Yeah, the reason the monkey,
Forest Temple's ahead, either.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
He got lost for a second.
Yeah, the monkey doesn't appear when we went through there because we haven't cleared the Twilight section yet.
So those bugs right there, he actually ran past them earlier. And that's because the first time you encounter them, well, every time you encounter them, they burrow down into the ground. But the first time you encounter them, they burrow down to the ground, but there's also a cutscene preceding it. So the cutscene prevents you from being able to attack them before they dig into the ground. So you just kind of kill them when you come back. And you still have to wait for them to like become a tier, but you don't have to dig them out of the ground, which ends up saving more time.
He's coming up to Forest Temple right here. These 2 bugs, he's going to kill, but it's really strange. So generally, you can't transform back into human when somebody can see you. It's established in the game that the spirits in the Twilight can't see you, but still, if you have your sense on and load in the monkey, for some reason the game just says, "Oh,
so right here
he's
gonna save.
This trick is fairly new, or this method of doing this trick.
Yeah, so this is another trick using back in time. This method of the trick was kind of found somewhat recently. Let him do it real quick.
Okay.
Guess that was early for him. Oh, okay.
Unfortunate.
So
Okay.
there's really no safety strat for back in time with this method of doing it, like we could at the start with the bridge. You have to pull up the item menu on a specific frame. And if you get a frame early, you have to make an adjustment, which you got there. But the adjustment's really difficult to do. Okay,
Okay,
that's
nice.
the correct frame. Cool.
Yeah, all right. So now it's not over yet, though. We gotta do one more thing. I gotta skip the cutscene at the correct time.
Yeah, so right here, he's going to press the start button to pull up the files while Link screams and voids out of bounds. Due to really complicated reasons, this is going to spawn him into the King Bulblin 1 fight, where he's going to skip the cutscene preceding the fight and then reset the console. What this does is it's going to edit a value in memory that we refer to as the boss flag, because it keeps track of whether or not boss cutscenes should play or not. And it's going to set that value up to a number that's very high. But what's really strange about that value is it's also used to count the number of monkeys that you have in Forest Temple. So in the next room after this one, he's just going to randomly get 4 monkeys, despite the fact that he's only going to save this one.
There's a reason why Jim is being very vague with values and details about this. This is a very complex
It's
trick.
really complicated. It's kind of crazy how complex it is.
It kind of doesn't matter how complex it is. Like, you just do it and you get monkeys.
It's one of the few tricks in this game that you don't really need to understand to be able to do it, which is kind of nice. Like most of the unique tricks.
And spiders.
If you missed that, it's torture.
Yeah, if you don't kill those spiders, it sucks because you have to wait for them to like turn away from you while you climb the vines.
Yeah, normally at this point in the game, you would have the slingshot to easily take care of them, but because we skipped the first 2 days of Orden, we also skipped the slingshot, and we're not going to be getting it.
Well, fun fact, you actually can get the slingshot even if you do skip the first 2 days of Ordon. It's just slower by about, I think, 30 seconds to get it.
Yeah, so he's going to open this door, and suddenly monkeys.
Monkeys.
Suddenly monkeys.
And this is important because you need 4 monkeys to traverse the path to the Gale Boomerang.
Yeah, this saves a lot of time. Normally, you would have to go around the whole dungeon getting monkeys. And then there's actually an alternate way to get the boomerang early without coming back into this room. With all 4 monkeys, you can actually get to the boomerang with only 2, but even with only getting 2 monkeys, it's still 2 minutes slower than doing this.
All right, this is everyone's favorite boss. Mini boss. So the Ook actually can like jump a random amount of times, and it's random how long it takes for him to start jumping too. Minimum amount of times he can jump is 2, but he's also been known to jump. I think someone got 27, and it's very rare to see anything higher than like 3 or 4, which he got. So that's not bad at all.
Yeah, technically Ook can jump an infinite amount of times, but every time he jumps, the chance gets lower and lower, so...
Right there, he one-cycled Ook with the Master Sword. The Master Sword does more damage, obviously, to a lot of enemies. It's kind of rare when it does more damage to a boss, but in this instance, we can one-cycle him with the Master Sword.
Yeah, 'cause you're supposed to have the Ordnance Sword here.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yes, we do.
We've got $25 from Imp, first-time donator here. Aether, your runs inspired me to get into running Twilight Princess, and I'm so hyped to watch today's run. Good luck.
Thanks.
And now we have the most important item in this whole speedrun.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's really convenient. This item we can actually do the biggest glitch in the game with, which is long jump attacks.
Yeah, we saw one earlier with Sword and Shield Skip. That's an abuse of intended mechanics, but we can extend that abuse of the intended long jump attack mechanic, but with the boomerang. I think Jim could probably explain that a little bit better.
Yeah, so back when we did Sword and Shield Skip, we did a long jump attack with a Bulblin enemy. So when you do a jump attack in this game, or whenever you target something in jump attack, Link will attempt to lunge as far as he possibly can to that enemy. Also, but right here, Link's going to turn into a seahorse.
It's like he should be a wolf, but he should be human, but doesn't know what to do, so it's like seahorse. Okay,
Yeah.
good enough.
Yeah. Anyways, so when Link is targeting and doing a jump attack, he can get a long jump attack depending on how far away the target is. But as it turns out, the game considers the Gale Boomerang to be a target. So you can just throw the Gale Boomerang out, pull out your sword, and do a jump attack to be able to get a long jump attack exploit, which he's going to perform up here to escape Farron early without having to beat the Forest Temple.
Yeah, there's a few requirements to it, though. You can't just like throw the boomerang wherever you want and then get a long jump off of it. For some reason, the boomerang has to be above, it has to be over a void or it has to be above a solid surface that's also higher up than Link. So this is he's long jumping uphill. So like the hill in front of him goes up, and then he targets above that hill.
Also, when we say into a void, it doesn't mean any void. You can't just like throw the boomerang down, for example. It still has to be on the same level as Link or higher than him. There's a lot of weird requirements like that.
Okay. So he got the boomerang, and then he actually saved and quit. This is all dungeons, so he's going to be beating Forest Temple. But there's a route that was kind of figured out a little bit more recently that you can get the claw shot and then go back to Forest Temple, and then you can skip being able to do a couple things in Forest Temple with the claw shot.
Yeah, it actually saves a little bit of time. This weird routing is, again, it's weird, but it saves time, we swear. We timed it all.
This is a magical trick here. All right.
Yeah, gate doesn't exist.
There's no gates.
Yes, like if you bonk into the gate and then you like side hop just right, you can just go straight through it. It used to be a really annoying trick for a while because you'd have to bring Epona there and then use her to clip through it.
Yeah, and if you wanted to do it as a wolf, you literally just ran into the gate until you eventually clipped through.
Yeah, the old clip with just the wolf alone was incredibly precise, so it's really nice that
I remember when TPHD came out, Vanek actually tried that trick for 40 minutes straight to see if it works.
All right, so first huge use of iron boots really early on. So the water level in Lake Hylia in the Twilight is lower than it's supposed to be, normally at least. So we can use the iron boots to sink down entirely to the entrance of the temple. And then he's going to be attempting to clip through a pillar out of bounds and then swim over to the loading zone. It's a pretty tricky trick.
Tricky trick.
It's a tricky trick. It's going to look a little scary. All right, that should work. You got this.
Early frame, I think.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got
it should be fine. Nice.
It's going to look really tight. Watch the air meter.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, cool.
All right, so at the beginning of the Lake Bed Temple, there's this really long water tunnel that you have to get through. However, if you do a save warp, you're actually going to go past that water temple, or you're going to go past that long tunnel of water, and that only works because we have the Master Sword. If Aether still had the Ordnance Sword, he would just get put at the beginning of the water tunnel, and you wouldn't be able to get into Lake Bed early like this.
Yeah, it's like one of 3 reasons that it's crucial to have the Master Sword before coming to Lanera this early. If you come to Lanera this early and you don't have the Master Sword, you can't actually even escape, because you need to be able to warp out if you come here this early on.
It's incredibly convenient that this all works, by the way.
Right, little stylish jump there to save half second, jumping to smash.
This room also has some stylish jumps. All of Lake Bed is basically just a long jump attack playground.
Yeah.
I must just rolled off. Oh, oops. That was too early.
Yeah, so there the boomerang wasn't over a plane that was higher than Link's feet, so the long jump attack didn't work.
This guy's right next to me, so this should work, though.
Yeah, the helmet swords in this room are annoying because you want to be able to target during long jump attacks, so that way you can reset the camera when you land, because you don't want the like sometimes when the camera is targeting the boomerang after you jump, the camera can be in a weird spot and it can affect your movement. So you want to like try and get the camera behind Link by the time he lands, but it's really easy to like target a helmet sword in there before you land.
And this is a cool trick.
So you can set up to 5 targets with a boomerang, so you can do stuff like this.
One jump attack, 2 jump attack.
Sure. So I'm sure a lot of people watching probably played this game or own the Wii version and are wondering, hey, can I do these cool tricks that Aether's doing? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the long jump attack unfortunately doesn't work on the Wii version for a really silly reason. It's because whenever you like pull your sword out after throwing the boomerang, in order to pull your sword out on the Wii, you have to like shake your Wii remote, and you can't pull the sword out without also swinging it on the Wii version. So, and whenever you swing your sword after throwing the Gale Boomerang, it breaks the target that you have on the boomerang, which is unfortunately essential to do the long jump attack.
I think even in some instances on the Wii version, you can take your sword out without slashing it, and it still breaks the target.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the Wii version of this dungeon, you actually do still come here early, and you do some insane RNG-based LJs with the helmet swords, because you can LJ just with enemies, and it's not fun. I wouldn't recommend it.
Need to call Habrano to get in here and tell us all about that. Habrano's the main guy who likes to run the Wii version of this game.
Yeah, big respect to him.
All right, so Aether's actually going to enter into the backside of this mini-boss room here with the Deku Toad. He actually still has remnants of the boss flag value that we mentioned earlier, and because that value is set to a value of 1 right now, he can actually trigger this fight by just looking up at the ceiling and skipping the cutscene.
Yeah, you're not supposed to trigger this fight until you enter the room from like the main entrance, and there's a little cutscene that tells the game, hey, he's in this room, and then you can look up at the ceiling and trigger the fight, kind of like with Goma and OOT. But because of that flag, like Jim just said, it already thinks you're in the room.
Right here, when the Deku Toad flies up to the ceiling, he's going to see up. That lets, I don't know, for whatever reason, that just makes the Toad fall down immediately. Now he's going to try to get 10 slashes with the Master Sword, and that's going to get a 1 cycle. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's far more precise than it looks. It takes like a really long time to get good at that. If you swing too fast, you end up like completing a full sword combo, and if you land a 4th hit, it's a really long time before you can land another hit, and then also the Toad kind of like just goes back up to the ceiling. And then if you go too slowly, obviously you don't have enough time to fit in 10 attacks.
Yep.
All right, so he's gonna leave the dungeon with Uku, but you actually can't use Uku to get out of the dungeon from a mini-boss room, so he's gonna save warp first. Again, we will be coming back, because this is all dungeons, so we need to beat all the dungeons. But we're gonna go do some other things first.
So like what Jim mentioned with the water tunnel, obviously he can't get out through that water tunnel. It's really convenient that we have Uku. And not only that, but Uku's going to be really useful for a trick coming up later on.
Those iron boots were RNG manipulation.
It's a common theme in this game. If Aether gets something and then seemingly uses it once but has it in his inventory for a while, he's going to use it later. Everything comes back into play. So coming up, he's going to do one of the most dangerous tricks in the run, and also one of like the least time-saving tricks at the same time.
But it's also really cool, and he did just save, so it's not a big deal if something
Yeah.
goes wrong. But there's a bubbling, or a Bokoblin here in the Twilight, and it's gonna call a Kargarok to help him fight Link. But like with most 3D Zelda games, if an enemy is in water, it dies. So what he's actually gonna do is lure the Kargarok into the lake, and hopefully the Kargarok will go low enough that the Bokoblin will die on his back. Now the problem here is that you're not supposed to be human Link in Twilight, and the Bokoblin, when the Bokoblin dies, a cutscene tries to start, and there's a lot of stuff going on at once, so the game just crashes if something goes wrong. But it's really consistent trick. So
Not only that, flight patterns are a bit weird, so he does have to improvise a little bit sometimes. This looks,
it's a little far.
that's good. Okay, this is fine.
Yeah, specifically, he wants to avoid getting grabbed by the Kargarok as human Link.
As long as he gets grabbed,
What is this Kargarok doing?
yeah, I have no clue. Kirk's having fun.
Kirk.
Kirk, yeah.
But did I not get
Okay.
it? Oh, I
Yeah,
got
Yeah,
it.
you got it, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a really strange flight
Yeah,
pattern.
it was weird.
So if he crashes his game there, he would have had to reset his console as fast as he possibly could to be able to load the file that he just saved in and then come back and try again.
Yeah, it's random how long it takes the Kargarok to attack you, although there is something you can do to make it a little bit faster usually.
Yeah, that trick only saves 4 seconds, by the way.
So this right here is another cool clip. So if you like the walls there are lined up just right, that way you can use the wall on the right to like push you through the wall on the left if you have a good angle. And this saves like 6 seconds because you can just fly straight to the end instead of needing to like take the curving trail.
It's very similar to Pillar Clip, actually. There's a lot of different areas in the game that are like that, where the walls are just set up in a really convenient way that lets you fly out of bounds or walk out of bounds or whatever else.
Yeah, also during this flight, the game's going to try to correct his path to get him back to where like the actual collision and polygons are, so he has to kind of fight against that to be able to fly in a straight line to the
Yeah,
exit.
you might notice it's like dragging him right, but he's like constantly trying to pull left a little bit.
If you can deal with that annoyance, you can actually fly around in this area a lot. You can even fly all the way to where Hyrule Castle is and see like a weird unloaded Hyrule Castle. So normally you would never see that, but that's just a cool thing to try at home.
It made me nervous a little bit for
Yeah.
Yeah, if you blind.
Usually when you fly back in bounds, you don't hit the wall, but like his wing like clipped the wall, and if you fall, that sucks.
He's gonna attempt another tech skip over here. Unfortunate. It only saves like a couple seconds, so not a big deal. Right now he's just gonna go up and get the portal at Zora's Domain. Up until then, there's not really much going on, though.
Yeah, it's pretty slow for a couple minutes.
All right, great. I've got a $25 donation from Kona Rican. I'm off to work now, so I'll miss the rest of this awesome Twilight Princess run. But I'd like to challenge everyone watching to donate even $5 with the donation message of "Awoo" to keep Wolf Link company. All right, I've got $50 from Howard the Goat.
Yes.
And he says, but I wanted to stay outside. Aw. We have a $10 donation from Happy Failer that says, hey, listen. We have $250 from Wolf Linda. Had to donate during one of my favorite Zelda games. Keep up the great work, guys, and show those dungeons who's the boss.
I just want to say, Aether, I really appreciate your brake slides. I really appreciate them.
Yeah.
I'm sure Torp does too.
Yeah, Torp.
Shout outs to Torp.
Torp's probably watching this, like critiquing everything. He's like, oh man, he didn't get optimal speed there. Come on. You gotta fix your ESS position, Aether.
Right, so a small little detail about midna charging, which is actually worth noting. You always attack the first thing you target at last, which is really nice because with the messengers, oftentimes because they're in that like barrier, you'll attack one and then you'll hit a barrier and then it'll like cancel your attacks on the other. So you kind of have to consider that when attacking them because you have to kill all of them with one attack, otherwise they like revive each other.
Also with midna charges,
Hold
when
down,
you...
hold down.
Wait a second.
Oh, did I not get the turnaround?
No, you got
no,
it.
you got it.
Also with midna charges, in a couple areas, especially areas with a lot of hills or invisible hills, you can get stopped by like nothing and just completely fail like a charge and not kill like a messenger.
Even
that
with
you're
just
supposed
running,
to.
like
Yeah.
there are a lot of areas where you can just like randomly slip or trip.
Yeah. They actually, fun fact, when they were developing Brawl, they tested out the tripping mechanics in this game first. So thanks, Sakurai.
All right, so this hidden skill you actually have to learn because you can actually use this hidden skill on a lot of the bosses without learning it, but you cannot use it on Ganondorf without learning it. And if you get to Ganondorf without it, then you kind of just can't beat the game.
Yeah.
Also, this is a reason that clearing the Twilight saves time. If you clear the Twilight, this wolf is here, and there's some other perks to clearing the Twilight too. It's not just this. If you clear the Twilight, the wolf is here, and if the wolf was not here, you'd have to use a Howling Stone somewhere else, which would end up taking like a minute or two, and then you'd have to go get the wolf somewhere else.
Yeah, in any percent, it's a little bit different because of the way the routing works there. It actually turns out to be faster to howl, but in other categories, like for example, No Save and Quit also clears the Twilight because of other reasons with that category's routing that makes it faster to get this wolf instead.
All right, so back into Forest Temple.
Except
here's
this
the
time we have the claw shot.
And the claw shot.
This is something that you don't get to see often.
So luckily, with the claw shot, we do not have to deal with these spiders a second time. Although actually, you can just knock them off the vines with the boomerang as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that just for a safety strat.
Oh yeah, one of those is really close to the top.
Yeah, so this is part of the reason the claw shot game, claw shot early saves time. You can claw shot a few vines.
You have to walk back through these areas anyway, so it's pure time save, basically. It's not like he added extra movement at all. He's just removing movement completely with the claw shot.
Yeah, also one small note about aiming with the claw shot, the boomerang, or really any first-person item. You actually want to press C up and go into first-person mode before you aim at the weapon. Because if you just regularly use the weapon, Link like holds it out in front of him for like a second before the camera finally pans in and allows you to use it.
If you try and aim like while it's out in front of him, you'll just turn Link around or something instead of like actually being able to aim where you want.
Yeah, it's a common thing that you'll see with using the boomerang or using the claw shot, and later on the bow. Right there, he did a cool thing with targeting. Since the boomerang's gonna go straight anyway, he doesn't have to target the first fan, and that saves a little bit of time since the boomerang won't stop at the fan for like half a second or whatever before moving on to the next one.
And yeah, unfortunately, we are going to be doing all the dungeons, but we unfortunately can't skip very many boss keys. For the most part, if you try to get out of bounds and behind a boss door in this game, the loading zone just simply won't activate because the game wants you to actually open the door before it activates the loading zone. There is one exception to that we'll see later, but he's going to have to pretty much collect all the boss keys.
Yeah, it's really interesting that, and like Jim said, in other Zelda games where you could get behind the boss door and open it, or get behind the boss door and like enter a loading zone. In this game, there are some boss doors that you can get behind. And if you have the boss key, you can open the door from behind. You just can't access that loading zone any other way unless you can open the door.
It's not just boss doors either. A lot of loading zones are actually only triggered from opening the door that you need to get to it.
So shout outs to myself for this strat. Took a lot of timing.
All right, so usually for a while you'd long jump attack across this area with the boomerang, but you can just do that with a claw shot.
And that skips having to collect the last 4 monkeys in Forest Temple, which saves a lot of time.
Yeah, getting those monkeys it takes a lot of backtracking and just a lot of really, really boring cutscenes.
Also with the long jump attack, you also risk like voiding out on those platforms, don't
Oh
you?
yeah, true. Like literally that strat it's safer and 0 risk pretty much.
Okay. So this is Diababa. The first phase is pretty straightforward, but he's going to actually save 2 of the bombs at the end of the first phase. He's going to pull 2 bombs to him. And he's going to juggle these bombs in the second phase, so that way he can avoid needing to wait for Ook to bring bombs to him in the second phase. It can take anywhere from like 40 to 50, 55 seconds or something for Ook to come out in the second phase. So he's just gonna like juggle the bombs with the boomerang. Whenever the boomerang hits the bomb, whenever the bomb is in the boomerang, like Gale, the timer stops and resets. So he's gonna do a lot of precise targets to keep all the bombs basically at the start of their timer.
This strat it takes a while to learn actually. Like for example, I still haven't learned this.
There's
strat.
a lot of really small things that you have to think about with it. But it looks really cool when done well, so.
With the gyro aiming in the HD version, it's a little bit easier, but still, again, a very precise strat.
Yeah, so he's going to try to target with the Gale Boomerang so that the bomb at the top of the Gale hits Diababa, but this other one still stays in the Gale Boomerang and doesn't explode. Then he's going to throw it away to not make it explode while he hits Diababa, and then throw it again to deal the second explosion.
All right, and then he's going to ending blow to finish off Diababa.
All right, cool. That went really well.
All right. Nice, he got it. He got the put away.
All right, so usually Link is supposed to have the sword and shield out here, but he put it away.
Yeah.
So Link's gonna put the sword and shield away without putting the sword and shield away.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little funny here.
Do you want to do it or no?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
That's not the only time we can do that.
Yeah.
One dungeon down.
Can't wait to see that in a cringe compilation. So a couple things with, actually, we won't see this that much now, but heart pieces are, he's gonna be collecting a lot of heart pieces, and later on in the game, there's gonna be some creative ways where he can pick up heart pieces. So just keep your eyes open for that. So there's nothing really going on here. Yeah.
A few cutscenes, then a lot of running. He's gonna be heading into Elden next.
All right, we got a few donations here. We have $5 from Picanha, who says, "Awoo!" We have $5 from Aylesworth, who says, "Awoo!" We have a $5 anonymous donation that says, "Awoo!" We have a $50 donation from Fang15 that says, "Keep up the good awoo!" We've got a $15 donation from Captain Tempest that says, "Ask and you shall receive." Arr, arr, oh! We have like 100 more of those.
Really quickly, Aether has Epona since he got it from Back in Time earlier. And it's a little bit faster here to grab Epona and then just run out of Forest. He doesn't have to do any LJ since now he has Forest completed. It's kind of like beating Deku in Ocarina of Time. Now he doesn't have to skip, what's his name, Pokey?
Pokey.
Yeah. Don't say it is. Don't, don't say it.
I apologize for this outburst of laughter.
Yeah, how dare we have fun?
Well,
No fun on. Serious.
all right, so up here is actually gonna do a long jump attack. He's gonna do a long jump attack using a void, but he's using the void that's out of bounds. He's gonna throw the boomerang in such a way that it curves to the right. Well, the boomerang always curves to the right, but it's gonna curve to the right and curve out of bounds. And then while it's over the void out of bounds, he's gonna jump. And this works because pretty much anywhere out of bounds underneath every map, there is a void.
Mm-hmm. Right there, he's skipping a trigger for the mailman. Normally, when you hit that, the mailman's gonna run up and be like, "Hey, here's a letter." But we're not gonna see that, hopefully.
You've got
in the
mail.
run at all. You've got mail.
So in any percent of this category, you would see a trick here 33 minutes in called Gorge Void.
It's everyone's favorite trick.
And it's a frame perfect trick that actually saves over a minute, or about a minute. If you miss, if you miss it, you lose about a minute. I just want to mention that if you find earliest Snow Peak, which there's a paste bin on, there's a bounty for it, which gets rid of Gorge Void. So if any of you like glitch hunting, then that's up for grabs.
What's it at, like $100 now?
Yeah, 150, I think.
Yeah, so that's one of the nice things about running all dungeons instead of any percent. Although the dungeon, obviously the category is a bit longer, so you have to consider that. But you don't have a frame perfect trick 30 minutes in that saves a minute. And it saves a minute because, so right here, after this cutscene, he's going to be forced to warp away. But between this cutscene right here and the cutscene of him being forced away right here, he could have, so he did a B attack there instead of a jump attack. You actually do a jump attack and you void out, and then that respawns you in the area, and then you can get over the gorge and then go to Kakariko without being forced to warp away. And if you're forced to warp away, you have to run back, which wastes a whole minute.
Since he beat Forest Temple, he actually has access to the bridge that you're intended to bring over there, so this ends up just being faster than doing the whole any percent shenanigans.
And yeah, this is where he gets the map warping with the D-pad.
Yep.
That's, like I said before, that's going to be very important later on.
So something I didn't notice until recently is that Minna's actually on your back in your shadow.
Wait, what?
You didn't know that?
No.
What? You too?
Okay, now I can't make fun of you because you didn't know some stuff earlier. Over here, he's going to go for another tech skip. There's a one frame input that you can jump out of the trigger for a minute text. Saves like, what, 34 seconds, something like that. Again, with the trend of one frame tricks to save a few seconds to a few minutes. There you go, nice. Coming up is probably, I'd say, most TP runners' favorite Twilight segment. It's definitely the most exciting one. It's also the not the shortest, but the most well-balanced in terms of time.
Yeah, before he goes into Kakariko Village, he actually has to run around this area a little weirdly. There's actually a trigger right in front of that gate, which if he touches, he will load the King Bulb in one fight, which you do not want to do that. If you do that, that's very bad.
Yeah, this is because of getting the iron boots earlier on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if you get the iron boots, then that trigger spawns in. Thankfully, he doesn't have to avoid it anymore, so he's good.
When I was talking about before how you can get stopped and like trip over during your B attacks, this is probably the most notorious area for that. You can lose a lot of time to those Shadow Beasts if that happens to you. It's not RNG. You can do some stuff to prevent that from happening to you, but it is still very annoying. So he's going to pick up this vessel here, and normally, casually, you're going to go to the Sanctum and use Midna to Midna jump up to the top and watch a cutscene and then light some torches, watch another cutscene, and then go down to the basement. But instead, Aether's going to head over to the graveyard right away. Because he has the Master Sword, he's going to be able to do a trick, or like a little clip in there that's going to save a good amount of time.
Yeah, this is the first of like 3 times in this Twilight that you transform to human just because it's faster to do a trick.
Yeah, there's also a bug in the graveyard, so we have to come here anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Normally, you would come out this way originally, but he's going to go in.
The wood on this well doesn't exist.
Yeah. What? There's no wood there? Just went in. These bugs are a little annoying. There's some pretty consistent strats to get all 3 of them very quickly, but...
Oh, that's nice.
Nice. I've actually never seen that version of the strat.
All right, so we don't have to come back through this area, so he's just going to be waiting for all these tiers, unlike with Fair and Twilight. And for some reason, this cutscene trigger... Oh, right, it's because it's different entrance. Okay, so you get this cutscene for the graveyard twice because you're entering the graveyard from different entrances. Are you going to be doing Keys long jumps either?
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
So the task actually long jumps Keys in some places to save time because long jumps give you such large amounts of speed.
He's going to get this Minna spot now, because if you don't get this now, it actually doesn't show up any other time in the game. And he's just going to use that for a strat later to get some rupees.
Yeah, there's a silver rupee in that bell.
Right here's a cool strat that I think it was found by SVA. That basically if you hit the wall there in that way and then just chill out at the bottom, the bug comes to you instead of having to walk all the way up and kill the bug up there and then have the tier move around.
Yeah, pretty much every bug has its own little strat that you can do, but there's like a million ways to mess up every bug. and it's annoying because like you have to go through each little bug, and you have to do it like hundreds of times just to figure out what can go wrong and what not to mess up. And it all looks really straightforward, but like it takes such a long time to figure it all out with every bug.
Yeah, in this small, like 7-minute segment, I think has probably one of the most like well contributed, like in terms of strats in any other segment in the game. Like so many TP runners have just looked for strats to do everything in here faster. So I remember back like when I first started running the game, for example, people were doing this like barely sub 8, but now, you know, getting well under sub 7 is common.
All right, so when he actually bonked or jump attacked into the bar downstairs right here, it's to his right, he got the bug that's upstairs off the wall because the bug is on the wall, and that just gets the bug off the wall before actually needing to go upstairs. A couple little dashes, just keep climbing the ledges.
You can actually bonk in that loading zone too, and it still activates it. The loading zones in here are a little bit weird. On these roofs, he's going to be dash canceling again. It's actually just faster to dash cancel up these than to just dash normally. It saves a deceptively large amount of time.
Also, something sometimes he'll be doing, which he's done quite a bit so far, is B attacking to get down a ledge. There are a couple reasons to do it. Right there, he did it because like dashing. When you dash close to a ledge, you need to be holding a direction on the control stick to dash. And if you hold that direction on the control stick too long, when you're close to the ledge, you'll actually just get a full jump off of it and go too far. So you can just do a B attack to just like fall down the ledge. And this can save time for a couple different reasons. One of them is that when you B attack like a little bit far away from a ledge, you kind of start falling sooner than if you were to like run towards the ledge and jump off normally while running at full speed.
Yeah, so right here, after he collects this tier, he has to wait a little bit before he actually goes into the loading zone, because if he activates the tier, but then the tier doesn't make Wolflink glow with that bluish aura, then he doesn't actually collect the tier. So he has to make sure that that happens before he exits the zone.
So coming up here, he's actually going to do one of the largest time saves in this segment, which is Burning House Skip. He's transforming into human and then doing an LJ here. That's going to put him around the trigger to activate this bug for going in the house. He's then going to kill the bug before it goes inside of the house, and it's going to load both states, the before burnt and after burnt states of the house on top of each other, and that's going to let him get all 3 of those tiers without watching any of the cutscenes.
Yeah, you're supposed to trigger the cutscene of that bug, and the bug goes into the house through the crawl space during a cutscene, and then afterwards you're supposed to fall into the crawl space and then light the house on fire, and it blows up and kills the bugs.
Yeah, it takes, I think it saves like, what, 25 seconds?
It saves a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the most annoying bug in this Twilight.
Yeah. Well, actually, nah. I'd say the last bug is more annoying than this one.
Or it used to be annoying. You can just like just attack. So certain bugs, like when you attack them a certain way, you can cause them to like move to the left, move to the right, move whatever. And with that bug, if you like attack it and you push it just into the corner barely, it'll like only like, I guess like the electricity on the bugs, like you can make it go away if you attack them in certain ways.
I appreciate that, Zelda, huh? Appreciate it.
Yeah, you might have also seen Aether jump attack into rupees at certain points as Wolflink. That's because if you're in the air long enough, when you collect a rupee that's greater than a green rupee, the game will actually attempt to give you a cutscene for that rupee amount. But if you're in the air for long enough, the cutscene will actually get canceled, and so you won't have to go through the text of like, you got a blue rupee.
Right here is actually a quick climb. It's right there. He just climbed really close to the wall and it canceled the climbing animation.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you see Aether stopping really stupidly, it's because he's trying to break slide. He's trying to be a cool kid. He's trying to impress all of you. I hope you appreciate that. Right there, you can actually get that bug. Actually, I'm pretty sure most bugs in the game that dig down, you can get before they dig, and just collect your tier a little bit earlier. If you miss that though, and the bug actually digs down in the ground, it takes forever to kill them.
Yeah, the bug has like an invincibility period in the ground where you just can't get them.
And then when they come out of the ground, they have another invincibility period. Over here, he's gonna try to kill these Shadow Beasts fairly quickly. It's not too precise, but there is a steam cycle that he does have to hit. Generally, it's pretty common to be too fast for it, and things like this happen. So now he has to wait for the other Shadow Beast to run up to him.
That's good.
Yeah. This should still be fun.
Yeah, sometimes the messengers, if you're like directly behind them, they just can't see you.
It's been a decent Elden so far.
Okay, cool.
Yep, nice. All right, that's the steam cycle that you're looking for.
Yeah, if the steam was venting out of the wall like this one is here, it actually knocks you off the wall when you try to do that. For
Although
a minute.
that one right there, you can actually just like jump a little bit to the right from it, just avoid, even if it's active.
Aether has the best strat for this. I still need to learn that. It's really common for runners to lose a lot of time to that bug right there, just because the way it moves around is really weird depending on...
But it's really funny. The easiest strat is literally just B attack it.
Okay, listen. I didn't think about that. Right there, he was going for a 1-frame B attack to get just like a little funny effect. It's a little bit slower, but it would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, so the only reason that we actually cleared the Elden Twilight is so that we could have the meteorite spawn up here that falls down. Because we need this meteorite to break the ice at the top of Zora's domain to be able to activate the Lanayru Twilight.
If you get into Twilight Princess rounding, you're going to find that there's a lot of things in this game. We do entire areas basically just to put... Basically, most of the speedrun is putting the Lanayru part of the game in the correct state to just finish the game. A lot of things that we do in this game are only for that. And if somehow you could figure out how to get to certain dungeons without Lanayru being in the correct state, then you would save so much time.
Here's a 5-second frame perfect side hop.
This is one so far that saves the most.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
So he transformed the human there when he warped the rock. That just let him side hop there, and then now he's gonna go sink under into the water. That's gonna skip a cutscene with the Rutella ghost, like the Queen Zora ghost, and that saves a good amount of time. But he's gonna have to skip that cutscene again. Yeah. The human Link makes a wolf sound there.
Oh woo.
Woo. Ooh. So Lanayru Twilight is...
All right, get comfy. It's gonna be long.
It's gonna be long and lots of just wolf movement.
Yeah, anybody got a pillow, blanket? Anybody?
Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is probably this is the longest Twilight, and it's also like the most comfy, I guess.
Yeah, this Twilight section wouldn't be that bad, but there's one bug in Hyrule Castletown that just takes so long to run over and get, because the game wants you to go to Castletown in this Twilight so that you can get a warp portal in front of Castletown.
There are still a lot of strats in this segment. It's just, you know.
Yeah, it's mostly just little optimizations with each individual bug. And there's like 2 harder strats that save a nice amount of time.
You also have to kill a good amount of messengers. There's another messenger fight in this dungeon, or not dungeon, this Twilight as well. Sorry, it's all dungeons. I'm just thinking dungeons.
We have a $25 donation from Zap who says, I hope Door of Time clip is nice to you.
Thanks, Zach.
Good luck on the run.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit, but that's a fairly new skip.
A skip found by our savior.
Yeah, there was a new member of the Twilight Princess community named Mr. Men. And he's found a lot of tricks that have greatly improved the quality of both the speedrun for the original version and the HD version, so huge shout-outs to him.
The best part about that, too, is that he looked into stuff that, like, people had tried years ago and then just somehow got it to work suddenly.
Like really quickly, too. So
Yeah.
Okay, so right here, he's gonna do this similar thing he did before. So if you remember, he just skipped a cutscene here by going under the water. And he's gonna do the same thing. Although once he goes through the loading zone, he's gonna be setting up to do a side hop out of the waterfall. And it's kind of tight, but it's pretty easy. It saves like 5 or 6 seconds.
That's early.
Yeah, that was
early, yeah. That's okay.
Not a big deal, because he has the claw shot, so he can just claw shot up there.
normally in like any percent, for example, you wouldn't have claw shot equipped, so it would lose a little bit more time to fail this, but in all dungeons, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, so for some reason, you can just like side hop out of that waterfall if you time it correctly.
Yeah, I think you have 6 frames to stand where you can side hop in total.
And only 3 of those frames get you the side hop that we need, right?
Yeah.
Coming up are the best bugs in the game.
These are everyone's favorite bugs.
Yes. These bugs, you can either kill them both instantly or like SVA, you could lose.
Oh, that
40.
was
that
that
was
was really
that
nice.
was really good.
That was really nice.
So he got a pretty fast. He got a pretty fast bugs there. You can actually get faster. You can kill both bugs with one attack, or they could just be dodging you for 40 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, however long.
Wow, only 1 rupee. Guess he used up all the RNG on the bugs.
Yeah.
RNG counter is now at 0.
Donate more for better RNG.
And now we have to go all the way out of the way for 1 bug.
Yeah, right now he's pretty much gonna be taking like 2 or 3 minutes just to go to Hyrule Castle for 1 bug.
Yeah, if you guys want to take a nap, if you want to get a snacks, this is the time to do it.
How about some donations?
Oh, that'd be
Those
great.
work
That'd be
too.
great.
We have $100 from Ed Von Stein, who says, "Ow!" We have $250 from Jaeger, who says, "Good to see this awesome game being run on AGDQ. Donating to fight cancer. Oh, and ow!" All right, there's a lot of those. We have $5 from that one cat in Castletown who says, "Meow." And we have $10 from Fernando134 who says, "You already talked to me. Meow." We have $25 from Vicarious Vice who says, "Hey, SkyBlueAether, WolfLink has some words of advice for this run. Arf, arf, awoo, worf. I hope you got all that. All of Hyrule is counting on you."
Thank you for the good luck.
We've got $10 from Scruffy Wolf. "I hope our host isn't going to get dog tired of all this howling. It would suck to have a rough throat." Then they say, "I'm so sorry." Thank you for being such a great host and good sport. Good luck, SkyBlue.
Thanks.
We've got $5 from Police. "No awoo, $350 fine." We've got $250 from the Bear God. Wait, just kidding, I wouldn't do that.
Oops. There's some dashing sections in this game where you can just hold up and tap A, so like during long dashing sections, I sometimes just use my nose to press A and then like go on Twitter or something.
I know that everyone here, we all love Twilight Princess, so we probably all love dogs, but this game has a good amount of cats, so give the cats some love. We'll be seeing them later. So coming up in the Hyrule, he needs 1 bug here, and the only reason the game forces you to come here is for that portal in front of Hyrule Castle. So he's gonna go over to Telma's bar and get the 1 bug and warp away, pretty much, and that's it. What you're gonna see here when he moves into this area, he's actually gonna be dash canceling the entire time. Wolf moves so incredibly slow in this area that actually just alternating between dash and attack is faster than walking.
And you can manipulate the bug coming up here, because you want the bug to fall down on the ground as quickly as possible. So Aether's going to be trying to manipulate the bug to do that.
Yeah, nice.
Oops.
Yeah, there's, it's kind of hard to tell when you can pick up a tier. Generally, when the tier is all the way white, like in the center, you can pick it up, but it's still kind of hard to distinguish, almost and where it's at. Generally, you're going to want to pick up the tiers before they start moving, though, because you can get juked.
And so this buggy is about to kill it. You actually don't want it to land in the water. You really don't have much control over it. You just kind of want to hope it doesn't land in the water.
If it does land in the water, it's not
a big deal.
Big a deal.
But whenever a tier lands in the water, it takes like an extra second and a half to actually become a tier.
Mm-hmm.
Good climb.
Yeah, so the bridge there actually goes up and down with the water, and if it goes up, then like kind of gets stuck on the ledge for a moment.
You can actually kind of predict that and B attack instead, but B attacking is slower.
You can just move
running.
left or right too.
Yeah,
I think.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't like. Okay.
Yeah. So this first bug, he's actually going to go right past. And it's faster because it kind of rubber bands. Like when you go past the bug, it speeds up and then catches up to you. And it's faster to just kill this first bug and then kill the second one after it pulls ahead of you.
You also don't have to target onto the bugs to kill them. It just makes it a lot easier. It pretty much just guarantees that you're going to hit them for the most part.
Yeah, if you're within targeting range, then you just dash, you kill it.
So right there was actually deceptively faster than what you're supposed to do just because you can go in a mostly straight line.
Yeah, and then right here, we're going to collect the final bug and then act like we accidentally bonked on the ledge, even though it was intentional.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
man, no. Oh,
Man.
Wow.
Now you can't go to the end of the river.
Man, you can't go back to Zora's Domain now. So conveniently, when you bonk there, the game actually puts you right next to the last bug that we're going to need before the boss.
Yeah, that bug can sometimes be mean.
Yeah, generally, if you do what Aether did right there, you'll get him.
Is that the first early pause?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm actually impressed.
So it's a common thing in this game to want to like skip a cutscene before you can actually skip it. And every time you do that, you end up pulling up the pause menu. And the pause menu in this game is really slow. I don't think it's quite as slow as Ocarina of Time to open and close, but it's still pretty slow and it sucks.
Unless you're save quitting, you basically never want to open it.
Yeah. So there's a way you can manipulate this bug similarly to the smaller bugs, but it's a little bit more difficult.
Basically, what he's going to try to do is So normally, this bug will attack you.
You can move back and keep the camera forward.
Yeah. Normally, this bug will attack you and then fly away and then come back, and you will be able to hit him. But Aether is going to cancel the attack and then try to jump again. Unfortunately, there he missed it. It's not that big of a deal. He has another opportunity, and normally it's just the same as the normal fight if you don't get that strategy.
Yeah. It saves, if you get both of them, 15 seconds.
There's also actually another minor time save. There's like a 3-second time save after he kills the bug, which we'll see in a moment. He's going to get on the bug and then midna charge. Okay, so he got the second regrab, cool, or quick grab. So he's gonna get on the bug, he's gonna do a midna charge, and then he's gonna attempt to walk off and bonk the side of the bug. Okay, cool, like
Nice.
that. And bonking the side of the bug actually just cancels the animation of him like going between all 6 legs and hitting them.
I don't think anybody actually knows why that works.
That was a pretty good linear attack.
All right, now we have the golden net.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's...
All right, so the Twilights are done.
Yeah, no more bug collecting, don't worry.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that was their least favorite part of this game. So if you're waiting for this to be done, well, come back. Welcome back.
All right, we're approaching the best boss in the game, so...
He's going to do a couple things before he goes back to Lake Bed Temple. He's going to need some bombs. And to do that, he's going to visit Isa. Aether, I just want to remind you, this isn't any percent.
Okay, gotcha.
It's not any percent.
Wait, this is all dungeons?
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
Didn't know.
I mean, technically, it's kind of an 80% run.
80% run
We
plus
don't get 100%.
the dungeons. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right here, he's gonna jump off. And if you jump off with a weird angle here, it's actually possible to like void out. And it's also possible to jump off and like land on the ground there, and then you take 3 hearts of damage and die. So you have to be careful to avoid both of those.
I mean, in all dungeons, he would live, but...
Oh yeah, true, he's extra hurt.
All dungeons get 8%.
It is all dungeons, right? It's not 8%.
And again, in this room, it's not any percent. So the reason I say that is because up above, right in front of Aether, is a Howling Stone. That's where you would normally howl to get Ending Blow in any percent, but since we already have Ending Blow, he can just go ahead and talk to Isa right away.
Yeah, there have been a ton of times where like all of us have like gone and used a Howling Stone when we didn't need to, and
Yeah.
like wasted like a minute or whatever.
Earlier during practice, like all 3 of us were just like, Aether is not any percent. Like, he went right up to the statue, almost howled at it. It probably loses you like 2 minutes or something if you howl there by accident.
All right, so he has Uku still from Lakebed, if you remember earlier. And with Isa's actually gonna give you bombs, because she wants to use bombs to clear the blockages on the river, so she can bring her boat down the river. But you can use Uku to steal the bomb bag. So that's what he's gonna do. And then he's gonna empty out his bomb bag and put water bombs in it. If you try and open a chest with water bombs in it, while you have normal bombs in your bomb bag, it'll just give you more normal bombs. So we're just gonna drop bombs everywhere.
Have fun with those, Isa.
Yeah, normally if you leave that room, Isa takes back the bag. So using Uku is pretty much the only way to get out of that room and keep the bombs. Unfortunately, because of that, there are a few things that are actually going to get rid of your bombs.
Yeah,
so
you sadly don't get to keep them.
Yeah, so if he saves and quits, bombs are gone. If he saves actually, or I think it's if you open the pause menu at all.
It's really weird. It's really weird.
If you open the pause menu at all, you unequip your bombs, and then if you save and quit, then your bombs are gone.
Dying gets rid of it.
Yeah, dying gets rid of it, and some other stuff gets rid of it.
Yeah, so he's going to put them all in this little waterfall, and it's a really nice way of getting rid of them, because you can only put 3 bombs out at once, but if you put a bomb into the water, it like kind of goes into the water, then it like shrinks really quickly, and then it just vanishes, and the actor is no longer loaded.
Yeah. In any percent, you would normally see a long sequence of trying to get rid of your bombs, but since we're going to be beating Forest Temple right away, or Forest Temple, what? Lakebed Temple right away, he's just going to clear him out now.
All right, so he's going to Uku out again. And because of having the Lent bomb bag, actually at the end of Lakebed, you lose Uku. And losing Uku also messes with the Lent bomb bag. So he's going to go get a permanent bomb bag right now using the water bombs that he just got in the Lent bomb bag. Mm-hmm. And then again later, with the permanent bomb bag, he's going to have to get rid of the bombs and get water bombs in that.
So coming up when he's getting that bomb bag is basically the reason why German is faster for the categories that it's faster for. In certain versions of the game, text boxes are kind of broken. So when you get an item, the text is supposed to go slow and meant for you to guess read it, like kind of how Wind Waker text is like. But in the German version of the game, those text boxes, specifically for bombs, are just quick text for whatever reason. So it saves you a lot of time, even when in other areas of the game, German loses time.
Also, the whole water bomb thing is important for a few reasons. One, you can't blow up this rock without water bombs, obviously, because normal bombs don't work underwater.
Well, you can, but it's
Okay, well, you can, but all right. There's a trick you can do to skip water bombs for this bomb bag, but it's really precise.
Speaking of tricks, Aether's gonna pull out a bomb underwater and then force unequip Iron Boots and suddenly teleport to the top when he releases the bomb.
Yeah, that's kind of a side effect of swimming with water bombs, which is a trick that he's going to be using even more coming up.
All right, so back to Lakebed, now that we have a permanent bomb bag. And he's going to go kill Morpheal.
Hopefully.
But here... All right, so here's the only boss key we can actually skip. And we can skip it because the loading zone isn't tied to the boss door. You like go open the boss door and then you drop down into the loading zone. So he's gonna do some shenanigans to clip in, get on the bridge here and then clip into it, and then get into the room that's under the bridge.
Yeah, so there's a very small out-of-bounds piece of collision that you can be in on the side of the staircase.
All right, cool, nice.
Just drop in.
There's a few things that can go wrong there, so it's really nice whenever it goes well.
So Aether's sinking down here with the Iron Boots. You actually have barely enough time to sink all the way down and activate this cutscene. The cutscene is going to actually refill his air, and then he can start the Morpheal fight. Air management is really important here, and the water bombs are just going to help him out with that.
He's going to make it to the bottom with barely any air, but the cutscene, skipping the cutscene right here actually refills your air. If you watch the cutscene entirely, but don't skip it, you die. It doesn't refill your air for some reason. All right. So first phase is straightforward.
Yeah, I just want to be able to hit the eye. All right,
Nice.
good.
Okay. He's going to pull a bomb before the cutscene.
Oh, wow, that was a really slow eye.
Yeah.
That eye has a couple different patterns that it can take back into Morpheal's mouth, and some of them are like instant, where you don't even have time to pull out a bomb, and others take, like that one takes forever.
If you can't pull a bomb before the cutscene, like it loses a lot of time. But if the eye is really far away from Morpheal, so like really close, it takes longer to go back. So it's nice that happened. So with the water bombs, you can also use them to refill your air meter. You can not just shoot up to the top of the water. And he's going to be using that here to refill his air meter, because the only other way, again, was the cutscene at the start.
Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, we didn't get the Zora armor, so that's why we're dealing with the air meter here.
There's a Zora armor in this game?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, so Morpheal's going to swim towards him. He's going to grab her. He's putting on Iron Boots before he grabs her. This is important because he's going to use unequip Iron Boots after doing a full combo. He's going to pull up the item wheel, unequip Iron Boots, then put them back on. Now, if you don't put Iron Boots on and then force unequip them after hitting her, she shoots you really high up into the air, and then you can't make it back down to the bottom. And you need to be at the bottom to pull a water bomb.
Yeah, it's also very important here that he doesn't rocket link like he did earlier with the Goron. Yep. If you do that, there's a really, really, really slight chance that you can land on a pillar and save yourself. Okay. Yes, okay.
Okay. I don't know if this is going to work.
You're good.
She shouldn't turn. You should be good.
You're good.
All right, you're low enough. You're low enough, I think.
I don't think I'm low enough.
You gotta hope. Nice.
Oh.
Okay, okay.
Wrong way. Okay, so gotta.
You only got to hit it one more time, so it's fine.
Oh wait, she.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only got here once.
Just-
You're good. Just the ending block.
Claw shot.
Either
Go-
claw shot, claw
Claw
shot.
shot, claw shot. All right, he got sucked in. That's actually fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm,
He has a lot of hearts
sorry,
and he has a
buddy.
lot of air.
I'm not used to this. Okay.
You can claw shot her and you can sink down from it.
I can't. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Damn.
Yeah, that really
That
blows.
was a really weird pattern.
That really blows.
That's unfortunate, but you can
Yeah.
always come back here.
That sucks. Well, good thing we did the practice run because I failed that in the practice run too.
So when you're done at Morpheal here, he is not gonna have any bombs. So he has to go back and get some more water bombs. So he's gonna clear the bomb bag out. He's gonna clear his bomb bag out and open a different water bomb chest. This wastes a lot of time, but this isn't as bad as you may think it is.
Yeah, the water bombs are really fast.
So in this pool of water, he's gonna clear his bomb bags. It's a little bit slower than just like a waterfall, but oh my God, still not too bad.
Yeah, this wastes like 5 minutes or something. It's ridiculous.
I mean, you almost PB'd with this, with doing
Yeah.
this last time, so.
All right, he's just gonna be emptying his bombs and then going to get water bombs. So
All right, we do have some donations here. We have $5 from Jakers. Hey, Aether, good luck, and I can't wait for Temple of Time.
Thanks.
Ahoo! We've got a $350 donation from Zira Tryon. Consider this a $350 fine payment for Ahoo! I've got $5 from Matt the Bat. Personally, my favorite Zelda game was always Link's Awookening. But Twilight Princess is really good too. Good luck on the run, and donation goes to Announcer's Choice. Which is actually coming up, Mega Man Unlimited Yoku Man stage. We've got $100 from Silk Road Zaka, first time live watcher, first time donator. Love Twilight Princess. Love to see this run, and will donate another 50 rubies if the crowd howls like a wolf. All right, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you so much. We're gonna spec those rupees.
All right, take two.
Yeah.
All right, let's give him a round of applause. We got this. Let's go, Aether.
So this boss is one of the most common barriers to running this game. Basically, the whole first half of this game is insane, and it's very hard to learn any of the tricks, any of the bosses. So even getting the second try is still very impressive. Oh my God.
Get back here, you.
all right. Okay, so right there, unlike the first time, I didn't give him much time to pull the water bomb.
All right, hopefully I get the regrab this time.
That's really unlucky because, okay, so when you take the iron boots off after doing the attacks and you fall off Morpheal, you can go for a regrab. You can like claw shot her again immediately, and it looked like he was gonna get it. She had a good like swimming pattern and all, but I don't know, sometimes it's dumb. You
It
can't really do
seemed
much
like
about
she
it.
wasn't going to turn, but then she did, so.
She was also really low. She was like going down.
That's why I said, like, even if you missed it, like, he could have
Yeah.
went back down, but it was just unfortunate.
Same thing.
She's too high up. Please turn.
You're gonna want to go further to the outside.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
All right,
That's
cool.
what's supposed to happen the first time. That's really unlucky. Like, sometimes you just can't do much about that.
So, if you couldn't tell, that boss is really dumb. She can do a lot of different weird patterns that you kind of just have to react to or just know what to do in certain situations. You can actually kill Morphle with only using one water bomb, but that's incredibly difficult. Yeah. So it's most common to get two for like a good Morphle, and more than that is just whatever ends up happening. You just got to react to whatever you get.
Yeah, there's nothing really like this boss for the rest of the run.
No, for the most part, this is like the last like thing kind of like that, where you can lose a huge amount of time to one thing.
Yeah, I mean, except Blizzetta,
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, yeah,
Blizetta's like the thing. Blizetta's coming up next, but yeah,
Just gonna have to remember to get bombs later.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, we know where the bombs are.
But we got a few bomb
Well,
locations.
you got city bombs too, so.
So in case no one's, or some people haven't played this game casually, this is actually supposed to be the third dungeon that you beat. Aether skipped over the Goron Mines, and he's going to be coming back to it later. The reason for that is because he got the Master Sword early, he actually can't get into Goron Mines now. The only way he can get in is by doing a clip with the spinner item, which he'll be getting in the Arbiter's Grounds. So he has to beat Arbiter's Grounds before he can go back to Goron Mines.
For a while, that was actually a barrier to getting EMS back when it was like kind of required in the run to beat Goron Mines, but then they found ways to get past Goron Mines, and eventually, I don't know who thought like, hey, let me just spin her through these guys, but someone did it, and they found out that you can get back in the Goron Mines with the Master Sword that way.
This is everyone's favorite music track here.
Yeah, this entire segment can just be a donation block, honestly.
Excellent. We have $150 from K2 Ace. Nice run so far, SkyBlueAether. Losing to Morphle was rough, but I'm sure you'll be able to claw your way back on track. You've got this. We've got $105 from Loopy Squid. What better way to celebrate a birthday with the joy of giving to charity? Really enjoying the Twilight Princess run so far. Keep on being awesome, and I wish everyone watching a good year 2019.
Happy birthday.
We have a $25 anonymous donation. What does a wolf say when everything doesn't go right? Whoops. We've got a $10 donation from JRP. What sound does a wolf make? Quack.
I don't think that's quite correct.
Yeah. And actually, we got a $3,000 donation from Anonymous, so let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. No
Didn't
comment.
talk to the cat.
No.
He's gonna talk to a different cat.
We have $5 from the postman. Hello, Link. Here's a letter for you. It says, I am slowing down your speed run. Love, the postman. So nice.
All right, guys, everyone get ready for your meows.
Meow.
This cat looks incredibly cranky.
So nothing too particular in this segment is hard, but when we get to the top of the tower, we're gonna have to make an early win cycle.
Yeah, there's a few like smaller optimizations for this segment that could be a little scary.
The first half of the segment, that was basically just running simulator. That's it.
Also, we get more ropes in this segment. These ropes are awful.
Ropes in Zelda games never seem to go correctly.
Are there ropes in Breath of the Wild? Or did they just like, did they realize that ropes are awful and get rid of them? I wonder.
I don't think there are.
So this is the first case of fighting a Poe. Basically, you just have to have your sense on and then do a certain amount of damage. The small Poes are a little bit different than the big Poes that we're going to be seeing later, but this is one of 5 Poe souls that are required to beat the game, but later on you're going to see something that's going to let us get less than that.
All right, so you can actually, you're not supposed to have the Master Sword yet, obviously, and you're supposed to get the Master Sword after this point. And you can use, if you transform with human here and you get stuck in the water, you actually can't get out because you're not able to climb ledges here as human.
All right, good. The web decided to burn today.
Yeah, that web that web is weird. This web, though, he's just going to transform back into human, and it's actually faster to transform, burn this with the lantern, and then transform back.
Yeah, otherwise he has to take that stick that he used all the way up here.
And also climbing those ledges with the stick is pretty difficult, actually.
Yeah, Wolflink will like look at the keys that's behind him and like won't climb up on the ledge if he can detect those keys.
Mm-hmm. So coming up is a small little strat with this Bublin. So he's going to quick spin his arrow, force the Bublin to walk back. That's going to let him hit the Bublin into the water, which will instantly kill it. It's a fast strat to kill that Bublin. And you have to kill the Bublin all the way at the bottom here because on this rope, that Bublin will always 100% shoot you down.
I think even if you make it past this rope, he can still hit you.
He can
He's higher up.
Any rope. It's like the enemy team's Hanzo. It's always 100% accurate.
100% accuracy. No misses.
On the other hand, we have a Widowmaker at the top that never hits her shots.
So coming up, he's going to do some small little LJs off of this rope. Or actually,
Or not.
Okay. Well, you can do some small LJs off of these ropes if you want. Also, he skipped those 2 ropes over there.
Yeah, essentially you just target the Bublin and then just jump towards him.
They're a little bit risky, though, because if you do it at the wrong distance away... Oh, here's Widow.
Here's Widowmaker. Never hits.
No shots. If you do the LJ from the wrong distance away, you can actually bonk behind or in front of the Bublin and fall all the way down.
So right here, he's actually racing these wind cycles. The wind is kind of like blowing a bridge out up here ahead of him. Which you can kind of see now, the wind bridge up there, and he's going to try and make a fast cycle on it.
I got him, yeah.
So that's a lot harder than it looks. You have to get a lot of dash cancels there, and not only that, that bridge is really weird.
The bridge is weird, yeah. Like sometimes you can actually like just clip straight through
Yeah,
it.
you can land on the bridge and just fall to your death.
Or trip.
Yeah.
Or trip.
Yeah.
All right, now we're off to Snow Peak. So this is, in the Japanese version of this game, they patched this glitch coming up called Map Glitch. And it's going to deload all the loading zones in Snow Peak so that we can get up there early without catching the reek fish.
Yeah, this is one of those weird scenarios where like Japanese is like the slowest because of that. This glitch saves like 15, 20 minutes or something like that.
A
And
small
it's not in it.
Oh, sorry. A small thing that he did there is if you see like the title card for an area come up, you actually can't open your map until that's gone. But Aether just opened its item menu really quick to get rid of that, so he can open up his map immediately. Yep. And speaking of the map, he's gonna do that again.
Okay, yeah. So for map glitch, you essentially just pull up the map and call Midna at the same time, and then from the map you activate warps and you go to warp away, but calling Midna cancels the warp, but it still starts like the warp process. So it like deactivates or deloads all the warps, and that lets him bypass a void out trigger where it's supposed to void you out and put you back at the start of the area since you're supposed to have the reek fish sent to climb this mountain. But we don't have that because we actually can't get that because of the fishing rod, which we also skip because of back in time. So it's really nice that this works out.
Yeah, so normally there are 4 different loading zones in this area that simply respawn you to the beginning. When you have the reekfish scent, 2 of them disappear, and you can follow the scent of the reekfish to navigate your way up. So actually, because we did map glitch, all 4 of them are gone, so we can just run in a perfectly straight line wherever we need to go.
And by perfectly straight, he means perfectly straight as in the fastest line. There's some really weird slopes here. So there's a lot of places where Wolflink's movement is actually going to get slowed down. So Aether will take some big curves and stuff just to get around those slopes.
And do some more quick climbs.
Oh, I missed that one.
There's 2 here. I can do one more here, like that.
I think you can actually quick climb on the second one. I feel like I've seen it before, but no one ever does it.
If you turn on your senses here, you actually can't deactivate them. Which is something everyone kind of learns early on. It's a little annoying because, like, with your senses on, it's harder to see where you're going.
Do either of you actually know why that happens?
I don't know why that happens, no.
Okay, so since he has loading zones deactivated because of map glitch, he can't enter the next area because if he tries to like dig into the loading zone for the next area, it'll actually soft lock. So he's going to use conveniently placed this songstone right here to load the songstone map and then just leave and come back. He's not actually going to howl to make the wolf spawn where it would.
Yeah, it's incredibly convenient that this howling stone exists.
Yeah, if
right
this wasn't here, you couldn't use map glitch to skip all that stuff, which means you wouldn't be able to use bit and other stuff as well.
A lot of people don't actually know that you can skip. You can skip, like you can just walk out of songstone areas. So a lot of runners early on would howl there twice, not knowing that you could just walk out and lose like a minute.
Even if you know, you don't need to howl there. Sometimes like
Yeah,
runners
sometimes
will
it
like,
happens.
like, no, I've done it, you've done it.
A weird thing about that howl stone, like how we said before in other categories, you would howl at a different howling stone to get the ending blow for that category since you don't clear the Twilight. We don't howl at that howl stone twice because even though the wolf for that area shows up in a convenient spot, the wolf for some reason because of like flags, that wolf actually just doesn't show up even if you howl twice.
All right, so you're supposed to fight some messengers here, but he's actually just gonna do a long jump attack out of bounds, seemingly randomly, but he's jump attacking in such a way that he also hits the trigger to talk to the Yeti here. And that lets you skip killing the messengers, saves like 15, 20 seconds. But the problem with that is that it does not get rid of the mist. Like this fog goes away after you kill the messengers. So he's gonna have to do this next little sequence kind of like semi-blind, where it's gonna be difficult to see where he's going.
The Bird Box Challenge. So we're gonna follow the Yeti down the mountain to get our t-shirts.
You don't even follow him. He just kind of abandons us. It's like,
That's
good
true.
luck.
Good luck, buddy. This is another run killer in some other categories, just because you have your fake bomb bag that you need, and actually, well, you don't need it, but if you lose it, you do lose a significant amount of time.
Yeah, there's a couple good visual cues for this trick. So like once you get the hang of it, it's not too difficult. But if you're ace and you're on good pace, I guess. Yeah.
Hey, look, I redeemed that run, so it's okay.
It took you a bit, though.
Yeah, speed-wise, it's fastest to stay in the air here to keep your maximum speed. And you can keep yourself in the air longer if you do spin attack.
There's an invisible icicle up here. Like, so even though like the area doesn't fully load if you don't kill the messengers. So there's some rupees that usually spawn up here. They don't spawn unless you kill the messengers. Right here are the kind of scary jumps, but we have good cues for them.
Nice.
All right, cool.
And last one. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so usually some rupees spawn in this area, but they don't spawn unless you kill the messengers. The textures for a lot of like the icicles that are in your path don't spawn unless you kill them.
Weirdly enough, in Twilight Princess HD, doesn't everything still load anyway?
Yeah, and there's like almost no mist to hinder you.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier in the HD version.
He went for a little text skip there to skip this minute text. It doesn't save that much time, so.
Just looks really cool.
Left door.
Left door?
Come
Yeah.
on,
Okay, so
bro.
we didn't mention this. When you open a door from the right side, the animation is actually a second faster, usually. There are some exceptions.
Harrow Castle, notably, yeah.
All right, so Snow Peak is incredibly broken. It's one of the longer, nice break slide. It's one of the longer dungeons, usually, casually at least. But you can just do stuff kind of like this. So he's just gonna long jump across this because of the boomerang. And then this floor, you can just claw shot right through.
Yeah, this is normally a bombable floor. You would bomb this floor and then go down to get the heart piece that's in that chest down there. But instead, Aether's just gonna use, I think, just broken collision there to claw shot straight through it. Over here, he's gonna do a long jump attack, or a double long jump attack, sorry, to get across this gap to get the small key. Nice.
All right, cool.
And-
yeah, you're supposed to have the ball and chain there to like hit the platform with the ball and chain, then it swings back and forth, and you get on that.
And like we said before, how you can open doors from behind. Even though you can open the door from behind, if it needs a key, you still need that key.
Yes.
So coming up, Aether's going to be using this key to open a small key door from behind.
All right, so in this room, the floor doesn't exist sometimes over here, so
Yeah.
bye-bye.
There's actually a lot of cool ways you can clip through that floor.
All right, so you're supposed to use these cannonballs in front of him to blow up the freezer in front of this door that he's about to need to go in. But with the wolf, you can kind of just clip behind this enemy if you set it up correctly.
It's really common in this dungeon that walls just don't really mean anything. You can clip in a lot of places here.
Also, this freezer is really weird. Like, his hitbox kind of like changes depending upon which entrance to the room that you use.
Yeah, it was a common misconception in this game that having Midna on your back changed like how you did freezer clip, but it was actually just what loading zone you come from.
Yeah, like if you die to it and then like you try and do it again, like the hitbox changes, so you have to do it slightly differently.
So here's the Dark Hammer. Even though he doesn't have a hammer, I don't know why he's called that. And hitting his tail here is actually pretty difficult. You have to be directly behind him basically to hit him. And even if you're like slightly off, like you'll just miss.
Yeah,
His armor
the
is
tail's
dead.
hitbox is so small.
Also, there's a bomb strat there, but since I had to empty my entire bomb bag because of dying to Morpheal, I have to save bombs.
Are you gonna save before doing the bomb boost?
There's a backup bomb bag in Snow Peak, and then I will save if it comes to that.
Okay. You got this though.
So he's got the ball and chain here. He's gonna leave this room immediately and then get hit by the freezer on purpose. He can't really avoid it unless he had Uku. And then, wow, Aether, the one left door you should have went through. Come on, bro. But yeah, so he's gonna break this wall over here, and then he's gonna do a trick called a bomb boost.
Bomb boosting in this game usually isn't that helpful, but it just works out here. It's nice. Like, bomb boosting usually doesn't give you that much height or distance, but for this one instance, it works out well.
Yeah, so he's using the iron boots as a visual cue to be able to do this boost.
Cool.
Very good.
It's way harder than it looks.
Yeah, especially with water bombs, since water bombs have a lot of different effects and details on them. It's way harder to see how many flashes.
I'm doing this very slowly because I was messing this up a lot earlier.
Yeah, this is
This is a scary dungeon to do.
yeah, this movement here is not easy at all. Definitely.
Right here, he's just gonna get this claw shot target in case he fails the next long jump. So that way, in case he falls anywhere else, it's like he can just get back up really quickly.
Now he's gonna stand in a specific spot, aim, and get an LJ onto this little platform here and jump.
And then I have to wait.
So a really common theme that you're gonna see later on is that
When Link grabs a ledge,
grabbing ledges in this game are RNG. You can either grab with one hand or two hands. In pretty much every single instance, two hands is faster. And if you get two hands there, then he can save a little bit of time by not waiting for the freezer and just going directly to the door.
if you have bomb arrows in this room is actually really cool because you can just kill these before they like fall.
That's something you really only see in glitchless style.
So these things can actually also drop red rupees, which would be really nice because, again, we need rupees for City in the Sky. Oh, dang.
I want to take as little damage as possible here because outside of Rosetta's room, there are no hearts. So the hearts I have right now are the only ones I can use. Yeah,
you're intended to get hearts by having a bottle and using Yeddo's like potion or like the soup that he makes. But since we're skipping all of that and we don't even have a bottle in the first place, that's not really a thing that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So he has the bedroom key. You need this obviously to
This is the boss.
Get to the boss, yes. And normally this dungeon is looking for a bunch of stuff that isn't the bedroom key. Like you get some cheese, you get like goat horns or something, and then eventually you come to this room and you get the boss key. But we just skipped all of that.
Also, Yetta's just inside the freezer because we never got rid of the freezer.
So every time I think of Zeta, I think of Ace being on good pace 3 runs in a row and dying to her. Sorry for the bully.
Yeah, this boss is actually pretty
get away with
difficult.
it.
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna report you to the anti-bully ranger. This boss is actually fairly difficult. There's, like we said before, this is the only place you can get hearts in this dungeon, and not only that, it's not easy to get hearts. Like you essentially have to get hit to get hearts.
Yeah. So if she hits you, she does a heart. Although it's really easy to hit her early on because she's pretty large. As you hit her, she gets smaller and smaller.
She also gets faster.
Faster, yes. Shout out to Aether's L target.
Normally, normally you would take a little bit more of a YOLO approach with this, but Aether's a safe boy.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Please? Okay.
Just gave me a heart attack. So,
Okay. So yeah, those little minions that were like spawning around her, those can drop hearts. But they're likely to despawn before he's able to get them here. But he does have enough health to do what he needs to in the second phase. The second phase is like the really tricky part. You're supposed to hit her 3 times with the ball and chain. Although between each hit, you're supposed to she's supposed to reset and do another cycle. Although you can trap her between yourself and the wall and then just keep hitting her against the wall so that way she doesn't fly away.
this is also some nice music.
I was about to say the same
The
thing.
music tracks in this game for the bosses are amazing.
Nothing beats Zant Ook phase, though.
Got to get that on your phone.
Do a little setup here to hopefully get in the right spot. Okay.
Everyone does this slightly differently.
Okay.
So-
That's good. Hit it once. Hit it
2.
twice. All right,
Nice.
cool. I got it 3
Cool.
times.
So right there, he had invincibility frames from getting hit once. And what that let him do is get himself into a position to hit, basically a good position between Blizzetta and the wall. The first hit was with spinning the ball and chain. It does damage to her. Then he threw it once, and then he aimed again to throw it a 3rd time. And it's pretty consistent, but it is still like an easy strat to fail.
All right, no spoilers, but there is something really cool you can do with the ball and chain after this cutscene.
Well, there's something you can do during the cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
Well, first you have the most important trick in the game right now.
I gotta get this.
It's frame
Very
perfect. It
important.
loses a minute if he fails it.
Serious time, serious time.
It's Gorge Void 2.0.
Yeah.
The return of Gorge Void.
Mash hard.
Okay, I'll try. Dang.
Okay, there's like a random 1-frame backflip you can do there where like you backflip forward.
Yeah, if you've ever seen Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time, the gainer trick, it's basically like that. It's the only real instance in Twilight Princess where you can do something similar. But actually not getting it is faster for a reason you're gonna see in a second.
It is faster if you want the heart though.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't hear what you said. Look into the eyes of Yeto.
Who need
untouched.
mirror?
Who would need mirror? Oh, come here, guys.
Aw.
Come here, guys. Come here.
So the ball and chain actually has a hitbox similar to the boomerang.
Yeah. So you can collect things with that ball and chain. It's actually faster to collect that with the ball and chain rather than the boomerang because the boomerang has to take its time to come back to you, whereas the ball and chain, you instantly get the heart piece once it hits it.
So about in August of last year, Mr. Man, of course, found a new method in this next Dungeon Arbiter's grounds for post-skip, which you'll see in a bit. And the old method actually was a run killer, but now it's somewhat easy.
The next segment is mostly just running. So.
Yeah, there's a couple minor things, but
Yeah.
nothing too exciting.
All right, I'll just jump in with a couple donations then. We have $25 from the Ultimate Stooges. Hey, Aether, Stooges here from the back couch. Even though Morpheal wasn't what you wanted, just know you've got a whole crowd behind you cheering you on. Don't forget to have fun, and don't forget to smile. Smiley face.
Oh, thank you.
Smile.
Smiles in the chat.
We have $50 from Silk Road Zaka. Here are my another 50 rubies. And with these, I want to greet the sound guys and thank you all for this awesome event. Thank you. We have $15 from Cadman. Fetch quest takes on a whole different meaning in Twilight Princess.
I like that one.
That one was good.
We have $25 from Kyle. Had to donate during Twilight Princess. Great run, Aether. This run is mid-gnarly.
Thank you.
We have $10 from The Postman 8. Wait up, doggy. I've got over 1,000 letters for you saying, ah, woo.
All of Aether's fan mail is just going to be, ah, woo.
We We have $5 from Pikastroph. We need more cats in Zelda games. Meow. Good luck to Aether on the run.
Thank you. Shout outs to Fino.
We've got $500 from Justin Boff. Twilight Princess is a favorite game. Yeah, you can clap for that. Twilight Princess is a favorite game of mine, so it's great to see it running. Loving the couch commentary.
Really quickly right there. So Wolf, you can only transform into Wolf in certain areas when Link's head is hidden. And in that one spot, it's actually really, really weird. That post is supposed to hide Link's head from fire over here, but sometimes, like, if you're a little bit too far forward or a little bit too far back, you have to watch like a little like text thing with Minna's like, hey, you can't transform here, and then you literally move like 1 pixel.
Also, it's important to not run too far forward there because there's like a bird that tries to get you into playing a minigame. In this area, it's actually a little laggy. It's not too bad, but it's just laggy enough that if you keep the camera up above Link, it helps the game run a little bit smoother.
It actually took a while for people to realize to do that, and it saves like a significant amount of time actually.
Because you're like running through here for like a full minute.
Yeah, and also just how much this area lags in general. Running in an optimal path is something that you just kind of learn to do, and thankfully you have a map here, so you could really just look at an optimal run and get what you're supposed to do here.
A little fun fact, I guess, like with most Zelda games, the archers here and like the people or the bubblins on the watchtowers, actually their sight is worse at night, so you can get closer. I think it's actually possible to get by here without getting seen at all at night, but you can't during the day, so you just trigger the cutscene.
I think you have to go like really out of the way.
You have to go pretty far right at night.
You're basically like right next to him at night when the bubbling archers see you. So coming up here, Aether has the ball and chain early. You're not supposed to have the ball and chain before Arbiter's grounds. So he's actually going to skip getting the pour and use the ball and chain to break this post. You can break the post with the ball and chain, oddly, but you can't break the fence. So this next fence, he's going to actually roll past as human and do like a little bit of a clip.
You can go through that as Wolf too, but it's far more finicky. It's harder to control the camera.
Yeah.
The camera likes to freak out if you try and do it as the Wolf.
You can, but with Wolf, you can either get it like incredibly fast, like pretty much instantly blow through it, or go really slow.
Yeah.
During this cutscene, Aether's going to be doing map glitch again. This is a smaller time save for it, but it's still pretty significant.
So it's the same thing he did on the way to Snow Peak, where he like deactivates loading zones by calling Midna when warping, trying to warp away.
Yeah, Midna and map warping are consist of the Z button and the D-pad, which are two of the most finicky buttons on a GameCube controller. So it's nice that we can have the unplug and replug strat for pressing the buttons on the same frame.
So with map glitch, also with disabling loading zones, in places where there should be loading zones, or in general just out of bounds, normally Link would void out, but it also disables the void out trigger. So Aether's going to be able to just jump slash out of bounds here, and since air triggers in this game, which this next cutscene is going to be an air trigger, extend infinitely up and infinitely down. So he's going to hit it out of bounds down, and then it's going to turn him around, come back into another cutscene trigger, so he can fight King Bublin.
This guy doesn't put up much of a fight. He kind of just sits there and takes it.
Nice, okay.
Now, dying to him is actually bad, like really bad, because with map glitch, you can't, like it can't load the game over screen properly and can't respawn you. So you just get stuck at the game over screen after dying.
Yeah, you'll go to game over, and then if you click yes, nothing happens. Also, he one-shots you, just to point that out, so.
Well, I think he has 4 hearts. This is all dungeons, remember?
Okay, okay, listen. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, any percent in all dungeons share a lot of similarities.
Yeah, it's easy to get the two confused if you run both of them for a while.
Definitely since at least me, Ace, and Aether have been doing any percent for a while before having to, prepare for all dungeons for the marathon, so we're a little bit crossed right now. And of course, Jim with tassing.
Also, shout outs to the Twilight Princess 90% task. You can find it on YouTube. It's a pretty cool task.
Thank you for that, Jim.
You're welcome.
Until he has to redo it again when somebody finds something.
Well, there is a new 2-minute time saver the task can use, but I'm not going to do a 2.5-hour task just for that.
All right. So,
Time save.
that's cool.
It doesn't stay in your inventory. I just did it to be cool.
Oh. You just pulled a claw shot before rolling there. It just looks cool.
So there's actually a couple ways to get through this room. This way just happens to be the fastest one.
Like, there's a lot of ways. It's actually crazy if you think about
Yeah.
it.
The task actually does like a really cool break slide, like all the way over here. You will not see that in any RTA speedrun ever. Maybe Yellow Torpedo will do it eventually, but no one else is ever gonna try that. And then a cool little optimization here, where there are stairs and like a slope right next to it, but the small stairs, like the really tiny stairs like there, it's actually faster to roll up the stairs than not the slope. It pains me to see every time like a runner going up the slope instead of the stairs.
Yeah, as we said earlier, you get the fastest rolling speed whenever you're rolling on flat ground, and the stairs are just considered to be just planes of flat ground that all just get higher, whereas the slope is a single plane.
All right, so now Aether's gonna do a rupee slide.
Oh, yeah.
Skip the post.
Yeah, we're gonna.
We'll see you guys in 9 hours? No, it's more than that, right?
I have no idea.
It's about that long.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can skip all of these poses with a rupee slide, and Aether mentioned this earlier in his interview. But with a rupee slide, when you're like holding an item from a chest, you kind of like link rocks back and forth very, very slightly. And if you pick up a rupee in this room and you have just the right angle and positioning, and you're moving in the right direction, you can slide through the gate up here while holding the rupee. But it takes an obnoxious amount of time. So we're just gonna collect the pose.
So
Most of them.
I can't pronounce his name, so I'm just not gonna say it. You guys can look it up. But a runner in our community actually did a low percent run, I think the week before GDQ, where during his low percent run, he ran every other category. So any percent, no save quit, all dungeons, and 100% in the time, like in between just the different slides that you have to do. That's how long low percent takes.
So this is post skip. This is the newer method. It's really nice.
And by post skip, we mean skipping the first post.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that wasn't good.
there's a Poe in the first room that it wants you to kill, but he's gonna keep killing it.
Yeah, the game wants you to get the Poe scent to start off this section, but you can actually get a scent from any of the Poes. So instead of getting it from the first Poe, we're going to instead go to the fourth Poe early to get the scent.
All right,
Nice.
cool.
Okay.
It's really easy, but it's also really finicky just because of the sand. Like, if you get a slightly different long jump attack, or if your angle is slightly different or whatever, it just sucks to move around in the sand.
Yeah, it's actually pretty specific. There's a lot of different setups for that. Personally, I think us three, we all use Aether's method. Some other people use different methods, but it really just depends on your preferences and what you're most comfortable with for adjustments, pretty much.
All right, so this is the same every time, luckily.
So coming up, he's actually going to do the fourth Poe first. This Poe is the RNG Poe. It's kind of like, what's her name? Meg, right?
Meg, I think.
Meg in Ocarina of Time, where, the Poe splits off into 4, and then you have to figure out which one's the real one. Thankfully, in this one, the Poe just glows. And the time that it takes for the Poe to become vulnerable is just random. There's a way to manipulate part of it, but you can't do all of it. So,
Yeah, so right here, the Poe is going to fly around a random amount of time.
that was pretty
That was the best RNG, so that's good.
All right, you gotta. I don't think it works.
Yeah. The back Poe is the hardest one to RNG manip.
I still don't know how to do these. I
I
know one
thought
of them.
I did, but I don't.
I know one of them. I don't know the rest. I just kind of eat it, like eat the time loss.
All right, yeah, so this is the bad RNG.
All right. The best RNG there, so there's even more RNG of which, Poe is the correct one. Right there, he wanted the correct Poe to be the one next to the door. That would have saved a little bit of time. Not a big deal. He got the one to the right. It's not that much of a problem. So coming up, he's just going to sniff the Poe for its scent.
Yeah.
I don't really know what a ghost would smell like, but it smells like something, I guess. And you only need the Poe scent to dig. You just need it to dig in a specific spot, and that's it.
Yeah, there's like 2 spots where if you don't have the scent, you can't dig.
And he's gonna push this. He's gonna push this block 4 times.
No more, no less.
He's gonna push it 4 times.
Shout out to Torp.
And Linkus and whoever else failed that. But he's gonna push that block 4 times, and what that's gonna do is it's gonna keep the block's positioning, because he's actually gonna go and get the second Poe, and then come back through that room to get the third Poe. And he doesn't want to have to do Poe 1 skip again, so that's just gonna save him a little bit of time.
Yeah, it might seem kind of out of the way to do that. Like, why don't we go get the third Poe first, because we're already right there. But we actually need a small key because we need to open up a door from behind that's locked. So we need to get the small key over in this area first.
All right, so in this room, you can actually have like the bubble and the rat that are in here hit you off this rotating room switch, which kind of saves time, which is nice. But So it depends on if they attack you or not. There's kind of like a setup for like going back to the room, but it's pretty risky.
So redeads pretty consistently give you 20 rupees. That's really good here. Most of our rupee routing is designed around getting rupees in arbiters and getting the rupees from here. So Aether should have 70. So Aether's gonna have enough from pretty much random rupees and redeads to get to the 100 he needs before he gets a 200 rupee later on in the game.
Yep.
For the full 300 that he needs to enter City in the Sky.
This Poe can be a little annoying because there's like 2 bubbles in here that try to bother you, but you can just quick spin them or attack them.
Yeah. As long as they're not flying around, it's generally okay.
He got killed all.
How did he kill the second? Wait, did he even target the second one?
No, it was in the way.
Nice. There's also first frame jasses that you can do out of these cutscenes. They're really difficult. They save a little bit of time, but they're really difficult because not only do you have to know what angle Link is going to be facing during the cutscene to dash at all, you also have to get a frame perfect input to dash. So most people don't even go for them.
Just another frame perfect thing that saves a few seconds.
Yeah.
Like I think in the 80% run with all frame perfect stuff, and like at least the RTA run, you can lose like a minute 40 if you get like none of it.
So like we said before, he's going to go back to Poe 3. Poe 3 is a pretty strange room. This used to be one of the harder rooms in the game when you had to come in from the other side. Now that you come in from behind, the redeads don't really notice you, so Aether can do a pretty simple strat there to get through that room really quickly. Even so, there's going to be some small enemies in that room that are going to give him a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, so if he hadn't pushed the block 4 times, the block would still be back in its starting position, and he would have to do post skip again to be able to get back up here.
Which now with this method isn't that big of a deal, but it does lose time.
Yeah, still think you just want to avoid. Some dash cancels there.
So I'm about 10 rupees short right now, and there are about 3 different ways I can get rupees. There's one before City in the Sky. I can get a 5 rupee before the boss key, and there's a lot of different ways to get.
Well, there's 40 rupees in here to kill the other redid.
I think Fires is just faster.
Yeah,
yeah,
Fire's definitely faster.
Killing this redead is incredibly
I thought
strong.
I thought he was alive for a second.
Yeah, because of the scream. It was weird.
So these little kids are really, really annoying. They can actually hit you out of midair when you're trying to hit the Poe, and just really waste a lot of time. You can get rupees from them though if you get good RNG, but which unfortunately Aether didn't get the best RNG with those, but it's not a big deal. He can get some more rupees.
All right, so yeah, the game only checks for like those 3 Poes. You don't need the first one. Which is nice.
It's kind of weird that it only doesn't check for the first one.
It just assumes that you can't get to the other 3 without the first one.
Yeah. So coming up, Aether's going to do a small clip over here. Normally, you would have to go to the right side where you would find Uku and a whole bunch of other puzzles to get through the dungeon. But you can actually clip behind this pillar and then climb up here. Okay, that was scary because Aether went for a quick climb there. That quick climb can actually make you void out. So it's kind of scary to go for, but you can get the boss key early this way and then just continue on to the rest of the dungeon. So.
All right, so here he's gonna go for a very stylish strat. Dang.
That strat's really cool. If you get the brake slide at the end of it, it saves, what, 2 seconds?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, brake sliding, at least in sand, has a very noticeable effect if you do it as human Link, because sand is only meant to slow you down if your speed is a positive value. But with brake sliding, your speed is a negative value. So this gap right here, for instance, you could cross entirely as human Link with a brake slide.
Mm-hmm. How many bombs do you have?
Yeah, just to be safe, I'm just gonna do the ball and chain here.
I was gonna say. Okay, yeah, only 4. That's smart.
I don't think yeah.
Unfortunate.
There we go.
Yeah, so for stall forces, you have to kill them once, or you have to knock them down where they like kind of fall apart, and then you have to destroy their bodies before you actually can get rid of them. Coming up, he's gonna fight Death Sword.
Where's not? He's skipping it.
Okay.
All right, so Death Sword can be skipped, but it's basically a task-only trick, unfortunately,
Unless
because it's
you're-
really cool.
Unless you're Samurai Man.
Yeah, unless you're Samurai Man.
I don't think we're gonna go through the complexity of it. Just it's frame perfect, it's pixel perfect, it's RNG, there's a lot.
It's very similar to EMS earlier, except much more difficult.
So instead, he's gonna do a quick version of this fight, which is pretty fast.
You actually also have to do the first part of this fight, even with skipping Death Sword. You have to like do this.
Yeah.
And then right now is when you'd usually do the skip.
So Aether's gonna agitate Death Sword with the claw shot here, and then he's gonna okay.
That's cool.
I've literally never seen that before.
All right, so we can do the same thing he did to the Deku Toad earlier, but it's kind of stun locking it.
Okay, good job. I never saw that before. So I was expecting him to quick spin there and then wait for him to come back and then start the ball and chain, but Aether did a slightly faster version of that where he just slashes him and then immediately goes into the ball and chain. You can't just continue with the ball and chain because I think it does too much damage at one time. So eventually Death Sword's invincibility would come back up. So instead Aether switches to you doing sword slashes to eventually get a one cycle. If you go a little bit too fast or too slow, however, you'll just miss a hit and then you'll have to wait another cycle to beat the boss.
All right, so save warping here is the same thing you did after the boomerang, just get out of the dungeon faster. Or get back to the start of the dungeon faster. We're not leaving the dungeon.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do any of the puzzles after Spinner with the Spinner because he already has the boss key.
Yeah, there's no more dungeons that we're going to leave after entering. Like we did with Lake Bed and Forest.
Yeah, any save quits in dungeons from now on just speed related.
Shout out to the Moldorm here.
So, a little inside joke is that during practice, Aether was using the spinner there, and then a Moldorm just came out of nowhere and hit him out of the spinner, and then he voided in that room. I lost like 10 seconds doing that. Adding to, the list of dumb voids that TP runners experience all the time.
All right, so right now he's just going to Stalwart.
Yeah, nothing really to talk about here.
All right, we have a $15 donation from the Crank Machine. I'm glad the Yetis made peace with their hearts. I'm sure they'll just wolf down all that soup they made. I miss playing this game every day until midnight. I hope you're hooked to these puns. There will be more.
I don't think people know this, but I don't like puns.
I don't know that you should have said that.
I
Now
expected
people
it.
will donate with puns just to spite you.
Exactly. And we've got $30 from Wolflink, who says, I is best boy. Please give lot treats. P.S. Ow.
So in the task, you're actually able to skip this boss, which is pretty cool.
Again, Gymnast here found that.
Near Christmas, right?
Yeah, Christmas 5 a.m. I was tasked with this game because what else are you gonna do?
Who needs family?
It's
You have
an
talk like that.
insanely precise trick. It's multi-part.
It's not the most precise trick in the game, though, surprisingly. I don't think any of us really would get into that, but that is something that you guys should check out on like Gymnast YouTube. It's a really insane trick. Uses a lot of different tech skills.
All right, so fighting this boss normally, he has 2 phases, just like most bosses. And on the first phase, you need to hit his spine 3 times. That can be a little annoying with the second and third hit because lots of skeletons spawn and try and get in your way. So hopefully they're nice. The first hit's always free.
Second hit, it gets a little bit harder. Third hit, it's when it gets serious.
All right, cool.
Nice.
So there's a nice opening that he could go through there. And with the third one, there's actually going to be a wall that spawns around his spine, a wall of skeletons. He's going to try and go behind the wall, find a skeleton to ricochet off of. Okay, and then hit the spine from behind, just like that. That was really nice.
That was a good first phase. It's not over yet, though. He has to do another trick. So this next trick was actually found by accident by one of our friends Thursday. What he's going to do is roll 5 times and then get onto the spinner at a specific time. And what that's going to do is put Link into a position where he's going to be able to knock down Stallard early. And then into that, Aether's going to be doing a chain of quick spins to one-cycle him.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways, there are a lot of kind of like setups people have for this trick, but essentially you're just getting on the spinner at a certain time during Stallard's attack, so that way you can catch up to him before he stops attacking and then starts like going up the spiral center.
A nice backup strat for it was found by Aether himself. The break slide.
So if he fails it, you get to see his awesome backup.
This saves about 25 seconds if he gets it.
Yeah, no way I'm getting
Okay,
that.
all right.
All right.
All right, so his backup? This is weird.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alright,
I gotta go.
That was a weird break slide.
Damn.
really?
All right. Unfortunate.
I'll try this a couple more
So yeah,
times.
so Stallard doesn't like move while you have, all right,
okay,
cool.
there
we go.
Stallard
That's
doesn't like run away while you have negative speed out of a break slide.
This saves enough time that even that save time over just going all the way to the top and doing the fight normally. So he's quick spinning here. Quick spinning clockwise is actually a little bit faster here, causes less lag. And it kind of just depends on what you're comfortable with, but if you want to save time, obviously you would do clockwise spin. Unlike other Zelda games, they're actually different. Link does spin in the direction that you spin the stick.
Yeah, the clockwise spin is actually 1 frame faster on the animation than the counterclockwise spin.
Although sometimes like a clockwise spin actually doesn't hit as many times as the counterclockwise spin on certain enemies. Notably King Bublin at the end. But
Yeah.
Actually, no, the fight outside of Arbiters.
Both of them are
the
like
same.
that, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so sadly, the spinner, this is like one of the only areas where the spinner gets like doubled in speed.
Yeah, I think the original speed value for the spinner is actually 30, but in this area it's 60 instead. So that's the last time we're going to see fast spinner, but we will be using it a couple more times. It's required in a few areas, and like we said earlier, Aether's going to be using it to get into Goron Mines.
Yep, which he's going to right now, actually.
Coming up here, he's just going to fight some Shadow Beasts. He's going to get a warp portal to Palace of Twilight, but he's not actually going to activate the like mirror chamber thing that you're normally supposed to do. You can actually just skip doing that and warp away.
Yeah, so you're supposed to go up this like spinner track, and then at the top there's like a spinner slot, and you use that to warp away. But you can just zoom in on the map and then activate warp portals and warp away. It's a really weird bypass, but it's nice that it works.
Yeah, when he says zooming in on the map, that's because Minna will say, Minna has like a text trigger that says, hey, open the mirror chamber or whatever, it's right here. And that doesn't go away until you do this, but if you zoom in for whatever reason, you can still warp away.
Yeah, so every time he warps now, he has to zoom in because it's still gonna think he's in the mirror chamber.
Yeah, it ends up, strangely enough, in 100%, you actually do spinner it down. I'm not sure how it works in the current route, but a few routes ago, it actually like ended up being 1 second faster to do that over zooming in every single time. But in the shorter categories like this one, then you're just gonna, it just saves way more time to zoom in each time. You don't have that many warps to do.
All right, so there's a really weird kind of like random clip here that you can do to get out of bounds, which he's going to use to get to Goron Mines faster than intended.
That Goron's really scary. He can punch you out of bounds, or he can punch you into a void, or he can punch you to the other side.
Really cool long jump attack to get over there.
It looks a little bit scary, but
Yeah.
he has it, he's got it. So now he's gonna Iron Boots onto this elevator, and on the other side of the elevator is a Goron. And not only a Goron, but an invisible wall. You can actually get past that Goron by just using the spinner. So that's gonna save a little bit of time versus having to go all the way around. And then he's gonna go ahead and talk to Don Goro to let him into Goron Mines.
Yeah, so the cutscene with this guy is messed up just like with Bo at the start because you're talking to him in a really weird, like, obviously a lot of sequences or events were done out of order, so it's a bit glitchy.
Yeah, it's really funny that, Bo and Goron Bo are glitched in the same way.
So after talking to him, he's actually going to go to the loading zone, but he's not going to go through it. He's going to long jump over it and then void out. And that's slightly faster than leaving and reloading the area.
Yeah,
he does, however, have to like redo the spinner thing to get past the Goron because he's going to respawn on the elevator.
He does this because he needs to reload the area. After he says yes to the Goron, normally you would wrestle him, but since that like whole sequence is kind of broken, instead of reloading the area, kind of just skips wrestling him, and then Aether can head on into the temple. So he's gonna use the spinner here to go past the invisible wall, and he's good. So Goron Mines at the beginning is one of the only areas in the game where you're gonna see the use of invincibility frames to get past objects. So coming up, he's going to intentionally hit the fire. If he walks into the fire rather than rolls into the fire, he'll just be knocked back a little bit, and then he can roll through.
It can even happen with walking now.
Can it?
Yeah,
Really?
it happened to me with, if you walk perfectly straight into it,
Oh,
you,
okay,
you
yeah,
void
yeah.
out.
And then over here, yeah, he's gonna dodge that fireball. If you don't aim fast enough there, or if you're in the wrong position, it's kind of weird.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, you
Earlier.
aimed a little bit too far to the right.
Oh, gotcha.
It has to be like directly above the platform thing.
All right, so that's not a big deal. Okay, there's some hearts here you can get.
Yeah, unlike Snow Peak, there's actual hearts here.
Wait for the cycle.
All right.
Okay, he's gonna have to dodge him again.
All right, just wait for the boomerang to kill it.
Nice, okay.
Okay.
So that LJ is not as easy as it looks. Okay, so he's gonna take off the boots here and then go into the next room. It's really common that a lot of rooms, especially the exterior rooms in Goron Mine, lag a lot. And not only that, there's a lot of slopes in Goron Mine. So as we talked about earlier with how rolling up slopes is really difficult, you have to maintain frame perfect rolls to roll fast.
Yeah.
These rooms are really like hard to go through, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah, all these rooms have like a lot of optimizations too. Like in this room, if you're fast enough, you can make a fast cycle on these rotating platforms up here.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't save that much time though, so it's
Yeah, it's
just
not a big
safer to
deal.
wait. Okay, nice. And into this room, he's going to be completing it a little bit differently than you would casually. Instead of rolling all the way down, Aether's going to be side hopping off of this ledge and then getting right onto these platforms. When he gets to the other side, he's going to kill this lizard and then pull the chain for this block. Now, when he pulls the chain for this block, because of the spacing in between the block and the wall, he's actually going to be able to clip into the wall and then just roll past it instead of having to go all the way around. Optimally, you could do this with about three pulls, I think, but it's not easy, and rolling well does really matter for this.
Yeah, it's really weird. You need a really, really good angle to get through it.
I failed it, unfortunately. This trick is fairly difficult.
There we go. Now he's
Yeah, there
going
you go.
through.
You're good.
All right. Yeah, you want to make sure you get like a certain amount through before the wall gets back to a certain position.
So coming up is these little magnets, and I know Aether would really appreciate
Playing on the Wii version
playing
right
on the
now.
Wii version right now with these magnets.
Yeah, so sorry. Like on the Wii version, you can, after you jump into the electromagnetic field, you can like take off the iron boots, force sync with the iron boots by like pausing, and then you'll still maintain like full speed walking, but you'll also get pulled onto the wall. So you can run around the walls and ceilings at full speed.
Yeah, you can't roll or anything, but still, like you walk like almost twice as fast. And not the next room, but I think a couple rooms later, you'll really, really, really wish it was in this version. That's like one of the only, just like one of 2 or 3 like fast things we has over GameCube.
Uku popping her head out, but we're just gonna leave her there.
Yeah, we don't need Uku. Yeah, you don't need the iron boots there. You can just roll over.
All right, now we sleep.
It's the most riveting room in the entire dungeon.
But it's a good room for donations.
It is a fantastic room for that.
Excellent. We have $5 from Anonymous. Loving this Okami speedrun for AGDQ this year. Oh, wait, wrong wolf. Sending some bless RNGs your way for Twilight Princess. Loving the run and the event as a whole so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got $50 from Dan Salvato, who says, what does a Breath of the Wild sound like? Maybe something like, "Awoo." We've got $30 from Sarah Deer. I love the Zelda series, but there's one person I know that loves them even more than I'd like to dedicate this donation to him. my little bro, Jose Rue. We have $25 from Captain Cathers. Had to donate for my favorite Zelda game. Hey, Twitch chat, don't forget you can donate your Twitch Prime sub to help the fight against cancer. Thanks.
That was half the dungeon right there, that room.
And speaking of that donation, have you guys heard of Twitch Prime? Because if you haven't, let me tell you about it. Now, if anybody you know has an Amazon Prime account, you can link that Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and you can sub to GDQ and give money to charity, absolutely free of charge for you.
Oh my gosh, tell me more.
You can find out more by just looking up Twitch Prime on Google. I'll have all the details for you right there.
You also get how many cool emotes?
You get, I have no clue how many. A lot. There's a lot.
It's just some more magnet stuff here. In this next room, this is the room I'm thinking of, right? Yeah, okay, you're not supposed to have the claw shot here yet. So we're actually gonna use the claw shot to hit a switch that we're not supposed to yet to open this gate up here. Although we do need the small key as well, so gotta sink down here to get him.
So a common thing in this dungeon is basically avoiding, so like how Aether just jumped across a ledge instead of using the iron boots before. A common thing in this dungeon is gonna be avoiding using the iron boots as much as possible because of how slow it moves. So in this next room, Aether's gonna be doing an LJA past this bridge, or past this drawbridge. Normally you would use the iron boots to go up the left wall and then slash the bridge down with your sword, but you have just enough space here to do an LJA past this door. It's a little bit weird though because of the enemies. And there's a couple places that you could target, but there you go. Cool. So here's another room. That's really hard to move in. Not only do you have to roll up slopes, not only is there lag, you also have to slash down these walls, which just makes the rolling in here pretty difficult.
Also, in this game, the collision doesn't seem to be properly represented by the textures in a lot of places. And this is one of the first places where it's really noticeable in this run. Like, a lot of these corners tend to extend outwards past, like, the wooden fences that they appear to be.
Mm-hmm. It's really common in this game to bonk on nothing.
Especially on door frames.
Yeah.
In, like, a lot of dungeons.
Speaking of door frames, over here he's actually going to throw his boomerang over the door frame and skip getting the second key and go straight to the mini-boss.
And then he's going to two-cycle it.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So, do you want to do it and then us explain it, or would you?
Sure,
I think
that's fine.
Or do you want to explain it? It's just whatever you want to do.
It looks really cool. Mm-hmm. I actually saw it like yesterday when he did it.
Did I get it?
We'll see.
I didn't get it.
Oh, no.
Really?
Unfortunate.
Okay, so what's supposed to happen is that he doesn't actually get back up on the platform. He just falls down to the lava again and then takes the second hit there. It's not a big deal, though. It doesn't waste that much time.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool strat that you can do since he has the ball and chain here. Another cool thing you can do with the ball and chain that Aether didn't show off was you can actually activate this fight with the ball and chain if you just throw it into the center of the stage. So we're done bullying him, and we're just gonna go past and get the bow.
It's the best bow in any Zelda game.
Yeah, it's very, very useful.
Not to be confused with bow at the start of the game.
This game has a lot of bows. You got bow, you have the bow, and then you have Goron bow.
Yeah, so even though Aether skipped the second key shard before he fought the mini-boss, he actually doesn't need that. The only required key shard is the third one. He just got the first one because otherwise the first Goron Elder wouldn't let him leave the room.
Yeah, this is like the second instance of that where you see like us not collecting everything that we need in a dungeon. We just obviously didn't collect all the pose. We're not going to collect all the key shards for the boss key. And in the 90% run, actually, you don't need to get all of the mirror shards in Inner Palace of Twilight. You just need the first and last one. I don't think you even need the first one. You just need like access to arbiters, which happens to give you the first one.
Yeah.
Nice quick shot.
Yeah, so this room is the third key shard. So coming back, there's actually a couple cool strats that you can do to get through these rooms really quickly. There's a few LJs that you can do, and some small movement optimizations. It really just depends. It's kind of preference. All the different strats that you can do here are pretty evenly fast.
Yeah, for the moment, he's pretty much just backtracking through quite a few rooms.
Well, we do have a $100 anonymous donation that says, the runner doesn't like puns? How will he handle all these donation comments? We also have,
I didn't say that, but
we also have $40 from Hey Quiggles. I'm sending positive vibes to the runner and everyone at AGDQ. Also, I'm not apologizing. We have a $250 donation from Anonymous that just says, moo. Getting all the animals in here. We have $250 from Revenant. Love me some Twilight Princess. Love watching it destroyed even more. Good luck with the rest of the run.
So over here, since he has a claw shot early, he'll be able to skip this whole process with magnets and shooting down drawbridges that you would normally do casually, and then he can just get right around here. And then a small little optimization he's gonna do is you can actually snipe this drawbridge from further away, which just lets you have an easier area to shoot the drawbridge from. Normally you would have to kill all these, or intentionally you're supposed to kill all these bubblins before you can get to the boss door and shoot down the drawbridge.
All right, so this is the hardest boss.
Hardest boss, hold. We have another chance for putting away your sword twice, though.
We do. So pretty much all 3 cycles on this guy are the exact same. You just shoot his head with the bow, and then you just put on the iron boots and trip him.
There's some RNG here, though.
Very minor, though.
It's very minor. It's just the way that he walks. It could be a little bit slower, a little faster, depending on where he walks once you grab the chain.
Yeah, if he walks directly away from you versus in a kind of roundabout way, you can save an extra second or something.
Good music, though.
Yeah, so once his eye becomes rollable again, he just kind of sits there for a few seconds, not moving.
Yeah, and then he just runs at you, so.
Okay, so that was pretty fast.
So the Master Sword actually does do more damage to what's his name, Virus, but you still have to do 3 phases. The only difference is with the Master Sword you can do 1 hit each phase instead of doing, I think it's 3 or something. Oof.
Oof. Big oof.
Big oof. Oof. Large oof.
All right, so with the ending blow, you can kind of just from wherever.
Oh well. We got it once.
All the boss death cutscenes take probably close to a minute. Especially this one. This one's a little bit longer because it's a 2-part cutscene with not much going on.
All right, we have a $20 donation from Kayuzo Ohashi. Twilight Princess was my first Zelda game, and therefore I feel a great attachment towards this game. I'll refrain from making a pun, but just you wait and see for the next GDQ edition. Oh, and thanks for your great work. I truly admire all the effort you put into this magnificent cause.
this will be the last heart piece we get for the rest of the run, just for safety.
Yeah, all dungeons is really nice because of how many options you have for heart containers. Although it is possible to get through the run, kind of realistically, without really picking up more than 1, maybe 2 heart containers. But you do want some extra heart containers, especially in a marathon setting, for two of the later dungeons where there's just a lot of opportunities to take quarter-hearted damage, you know, every other room or whatever, and then it really adds up, and you can end up just accidentally dying somewhere. Doing something silly can happen. There's a lot of silly things that can happen in this game that can make you take damage. It's insane.
Yeah, Temple of Time and Palace especially are very scary as far as hearts go. So coming up, Aether's going to be getting the 200 rupees to complete his 300 rupee set for, or well, I mean, get close to completing his 300 rupee set to enter the
Yes.
city in the sky.
Earlier on, you might have noticed he called Midna here when he was in Elden Twilight, and that's just so he can Midna jump here. You can get up here without calling Midna, but it's a kind of risky strat where you use a bomb arrow and the boomerang from like down below, and you set a bunch of seemingly random targets, and then like you bomb arrow the bell at a certain time, and then the boomerang like flies in such a roundabout way that it goes over the roof and then brings the rupee back down to you. But if you mess it up, it can be really bad because you only get one chance at really getting it. And then if you're 200 rupees short, it's incredibly difficult, or it's incredibly time-consuming, I should say, to go out of your way to get those extra 200 rupees that you need, which we actually need right now, so you wouldn't really have much extra time to try and make them up.
I mean, if you really didn't trust yourself with this, there are 200 rupees that Aether didn't get in Snow Peak, so you could optionally get those 200 rupees instead. It's just a lot faster to get the one in Kakariko instead.
Also, that clip right there saves like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
In the any percent run, at least. Although he is going to have to do Temple of Time because this is all dungeons. In any percent, you can entirely skip Temple of Time, and even in all dungeons, you would still have to do, if you couldn't do that clip, you'd have to do like a side quest after getting the Dominion Rod in Temple of Time to like restore power to the Dominion Rod, which is just really tedious. So it's really nice that can work. You just kind of like link up in a certain spot, and then you transform, and like it puts Link's hitbox directly between the statue and the wall, and then you can just dash straight through.
Interestingly, when Twilight Princess HD came out, for like a few days, I think everyone kind of thought that clip didn't work anymore because in the HD version of the game they introduced instantly transforming with like a button that's on like the gamepad. And everyone was just trying to do that and couldn't get the clip. And then I think Vanek went and just did the trick the way we normally would in the GameCube version and got it within like 2 tries.
Yeah, if you just call Midna normally in the HD version instead of like using the quick transform on the gamepad, it has a much higher chance of working.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is a hard worker.
So City in the Sky is a pretty technical dungeon that we're gonna be getting into right now. Aether is pretty good at this dungeon, so you'll be seeing a lot of cool little strats everywhere.
Also, I forgot, I need to equip Iron Boots here because the shortage of bombs. There's actually a water bomb chest at the beginning of City that you can get.
Yep.
It's actually one of the only water bomb chests in the game. Water bomb chests are water bombs in general are pretty hard to come by. The game intends for you to get water bombs and bomb chews from the bomb shop, but because of some sequence breaks that we did earlier, you can't do that.
You can actually you can try and buy bombs from Barnes after beating Goron Mines, but they don't go into your bomb bag for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Does he still take your rupees?
Yes, it does. So he's running a fraud.
Eek. So this cutscene is fairly long.
All right, we have $10 from Zot. Hey, Aether, Jim, Zelu, and Ace. It stinks that I can't be there to support on the back couch with all of the other amazing people back there, but just know I'm rooting for you guys from work. Keep up the good work and have a howling time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have $50 from Sonic the Hedgehog. So glad to see this being run this year. Twilight Princess has been my favorite Zelda game since its release, and this category is a nice balance of tricks and glitches while still showing most of the game. Good luck, and awoo!
All right, so you probably could have gotten by without getting these water bombs, but in Temple of Time, there are a lot of uses for bombs, so we kind of need, it was a better idea to get them.
I mean, yeah, he would have had, at best, 3 bombs for the rest of the game.
Oh, he only had 4? Okay.
Yeah, so you would have, at best, had 3 bombs for the rest of the game, and you want a lot more, but after Temple of Time, you want at least, what?
You need 2 for Zan, at least.
You need 4?
2 for Zan.
No,
you don't need any
I'm
more.
saying 4 is what you would want
Well,
for
it's what
Palace
you
of Twilight
get,
to end. If you see Aether kind of messing about with his item menu, so the items in this game are displayed on a wheel. Normally in Zelda games are just on a menu in just a line, but the items move every single time you get a new item on this wheel, and it's really hard to move between the items. And especially the more items you have, the harder it is to specifically get the item that you want.
All right, so he just did a trick here, which
Gonna work.
it should.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Wait, let's listen to make sure. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, sounds good. So right there, this is a trick that Dragonbane actually found. Dragonbane has done a lot of work on this game in terms of finding glitches and like just making tools for it and all that. So in front of that door, there's a trigger to actually turn on a fan at the top of that room, which for some reason is off by default. And if you leave that fan off, you can come back through there and claw shot up there and get the boss key early. But you're not supposed to be able to do that. You're supposed to go some roundabout way to turn the fan off. So you just avoid hitting the trigger by transforming into the wolf when you're right next to the trigger, because Wolf Link doesn't actually hit a trigger until like almost his back legs are on it.
It's just a little interesting method to see, like, or interesting way just the hitboxes in the game work. Also, that's like the only time you're ever going to see Wolf Link in this dungeon, unless you're doing 100%, where there's a couple poses that you would need to transform to Wolf Link for. It's pretty. All the dungeons, for the most part, except for Palace of Twilight, are pretty exclusively human.
Also, you may have noticed it doesn't make a huge difference, but the dungeon is kind of on like a cycle with the wind, and it carries over between rooms. So like the cycle he got in the start kind of determines when the wind was going to blow when he goes across that bridge and another bridge later on. Also, going back across this bridge, he's actually going to do something that seems kind of weird. He's going to avoid a trigger for a cutscene where Argarok, the boss of the dungeon, flies in and breaks the bridge. And this does two things. One, it just saves time because you get to skip watching the cutscene. But also, when the bridge breaks, your save location is actually changed. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Yes, that maintains a save position, or like your save warp location. So when he saves now, he'll be put back near the small key chest that he just got. Because of the fact that he got the small key but did not trigger the cutscene of Argarok breaking the bridge, it thinks he's still over there. That was almost...
Yeah, that was almost...
Yeah, so basically he just hasn't set the flag for the game to say, hey, you've broken this bridge, you've gotten into this much progress in the dungeon, and there's not really any other point in the dungeon that sets that. So later on when he saves quits, he's actually going to save a bit of time by spawning where the small key is rather than...
At the start of the dungeon.
The start of the dungeon. And when he goes back through that room, the trigger's actually not there anymore. So he doesn't have to skip it a second time.
Well, it is if you go back from the main entrance.
But yeah, I just mean like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, from the other entrances.
So coming up is going to be a lot of long jump attacks. City's kind of the poster child dungeon for doing LJAs everywhere. On the Wii version, like how we said before, that doing an LJA with the boomerang doesn't really happen. Instead, you replace those LJAs with some pretty cool enemy-based LJAs, which are fairly difficult to execute, but do look really cool.
There are a bunch of enemies here that can really mess up your day.
Especially in the next room.
Oh, I'm not gonna go for that.
That would have been fine. You would have just grabbed onto the ledge.
Okay, so these door frames are really easy to bonk on, which is why it might seem like he takes a wide turn around them. You can LJ across this gap here, but it's just safer to jump.
Yeah.
And this keys, like there's a keys behind them, which sometimes can really mess you up. And there are some faster setups for like strats in that room. We can do more LJs at once than just one, but then that gives the keys more time to hit you. These you just kind of knock off.
Yeah. Interestingly, you can actually scare those Dino Fosses with the claw shot, and they just jump off and kill themselves off of like into the void.
All right, so these Ukus are very finicky to pick up. Like, it can be really hard to pick them up sometimes. You can try to pick them up and they just run away. So you have to wait there for like a second just for the wind to turbine to start running. If you jump immediately, you make it too fast, and then like you just kind of fall back down to the bottom. And then in this room, there's a trick with one of these where you can kind of like grab a ledge. If you're familiar with like using the Deku Leaf in the Wind Waker, it's kind of the same thing where like you can just fly around and then you can cancel it to grab a ledge. Although it's far more precise than something like that. It's not too precise, but it's still a little annoying. All right, cool.
Nice. One-handed grab, of course.
Yeah, so Zalo mentioned that earlier, and that's like, there's a lot of that here. Grabbing a ledge with one hand versus two hands. It's mostly because of the fact that you have to claw shot so much stuff. Every time you claw shot something, it's like either a one-handed grab or two-handed grab. And you want a two-handed grab, it should be like a 50-50 chance, but it feels like it's like a 90% chance for one-handed grab, 10% chance for two-handed.
Honestly, I feel like it's way
agree.
more likely to get all one-handed grabs than all two-handed. Like,
is.
I don't think I've ever once seen anybody get all two-handed.
Okay.
The task does.
Okay, Jim.
All right, look here. All right, so this mini boss
nice.
is skippable. Oh, nice. Okay, so we got a frame perfect thing, which lets him avoid needing to drop down now. But if he sets this up just right, you barely are able to claw shot this target while the gate is closed. Dang. It's really precise.
Yeah, you only have a few pixels to do this.
This is an alternative setup. Okay, cool.
Nice. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
So two things that can actually happen there is if you're in a slightly rough position, you can actually void out when you try to claw shot that, but in between the door and the ledge above it, and also the aerial foe could hit you out of the sky, or like you can land and try to roll, and the aerial foe can hit you through the gate. So there's a lot of really dumb, not RNG based, but like really rare things that can happen to you. So like we said earlier, skipping that cutscene let him save quit and then save quit and then load his file back in this room.
Yep.
This is just gonna save some travel time instead of going all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon again.
If anyone's interested in just doing IL dungeon runs, I highly recommend you do City in the Sky because it's one of the best dungeons in my opinion.
The ILs in this game are very cool, especially if you get items early and then you go back to certain dungeons.
For a long time, claw shot in Forest was only an IL thing. You never saw that in any speedruns until we started implementing that into all dungeons.
Aren't bomb arrows in there also like a thing?
Yeah, you also have bomb arrow.
Like you can like bomb arrow the cage at the start and just
Yeah.
warp over there.
So this is the fan that wasn't triggered when we were explaining the trigger that we skipped over in the. What was that? Okay, that was really strange.
I tried L sliding.
A two-handed grab. What?
Whoa. Two-handed grab. We're gonna clap for every two-handed grab.
All right. Honestly, I've never seen what had just happened before to him with the claw shot thing.
Has it happened? Probably. It's Twilight Princess.
Probably, yeah.
But
Nice.
whenever you hear someone say it's Twilight Princess, basically we don't have explanations for things in this game. If something happens, it's Twilight Princess.
Yeah, it's usually like sometimes, like very rarely, someone will just randomly void out for seemingly no reason, and that's usually the it's Twilight
It's like, wow, I
Princess
saw it.
explanation.
Yeah, what did you expect?
Yeah, when Adam got his world record recently, or before he got record. Wow. Yeah, he found he voted out in some weird place.
Oh, yeah, in Castle.
In Hyrule Castle, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Twilight Princess.
Yeah, essentially the previous world record like had some Lizalfos in Hyrule Castle push him out of bounds while he had a bomb in his hand and he lost like 25 seconds because of it. All right, so he doesn't actually have to turn these fans on. If you're above the grabbable ledge when you claw shot these targets, you can actually just grab onto the ledges. Still one-handed grabs.
No two-handed grabs there.
And then another really cool long jump attack here. Sometimes the car rock can mess you up when doing it.
Nice. So coming up, having really good claw shot aim is really important in this room. You have to be very quick to get the fastest cycle possible here.
Yeah, some of these fans are already spinning when you enter, but some of them don't spin until after you hit a switch. And one of the top that you want to make a fast cycle on is already spinning from when you enter.
So you're gonna see Aether later on in this tower, and you've probably seen it before. He presses the L button to target, and that's just gonna let him pull out his claw shot and start aiming a little bit faster. But at the beginning of this area, you don't really do it just because you end up targeting the aerial foes and your aiming becomes a little bit slower. But now he's going to start doing it again to instantly turn around. So he's going to go for a half cycle here. Nice,
Okay.
he got it.
Nice.
That shot's a lot harder than you might expect. You do have to aim really quickly the whole way around to be able to get that.
Yeah, it's actually a lot easier in the HD version with the gyro aiming.
So coming up is Rob Shot, named after Rob West. He's going to, and normally you would go onto like a set of chains, claw shot onto a set of chains, and then use that to claw shot onto another set of vines and climb all the way up to the boss. Instead, Aether's gonna stand in a specific location to claw shot straight up to the vines as high as he can.
Last chance for a two-handed grab.
And, oh, he got the dead pixel.
Damn.
So if you claw shot on the very edge of a set of vines, you sometimes will, or not sometimes, it's pretty consistently.
As long as you claw shot in the right spot.
Yeah,
I
you'll
think they'll
end up-
hang off instead of actually grab the vines. It's really annoying.
It's unfortunate. One-handed
One-handed
grab, unfortunate.
Dang. No more clapping.
So coming up in this Argrok fight, normally it's pretty standard what you do here. So Aether's just gonna hang out on the outside of this fight. That's gonna prevent Argrok from doing his attack where he kind of just like runs along the ground trying to hit you. Instead, he's just gonna come back up and try to claw shot. Aether's gonna be really careful not to claw shot too early here. If you do, you can actually soft block the game. Shout out to Fino.
Yeah, if you claw shot in the first, like, I think it was 2 frames possible of Argrok's tail, you'll dangle off his tail while he flies around and you can't do anything. You can't save, can't pull up the item wheel.
So now Aether's gonna climb onto this pillar and then he's gonna really quickly target. And targeting Argrok actually stops him from flying around. So if he does this quick enough, he can just do the first 2 hits of this first cycle really, really fast. Or this first phase, excuse me.
That was very
Yeah,
scary.
I have no clue how that works.
You were pretty low there.
Yeah, if you're too low, you can't re-grab Argrok, and then he just flies around the arena again, which is really slow.
And you also have to claw shot higher up onto the pillars to be able to grab him, unless you wait for him to like fly down to you again. So outside of this cutscene, Aether's actually going, this cutscene's a little lengthy, but it's a good opportunity to explain what's coming up. Aether's actually going to void out immediately. What that's going to do is basically set up the position he wants everything to be in. And then he's going to climb up, not as high as he can onto the pillars, but as high as he needs to be to essentially get some fast cycles, these little skips for the flame, or these little flame skips to do this fight a lot faster than you normally do. All right, so first is the void out.
All right, you want to be fairly quick with these claw shots, because the faster you are, the faster Argrok will like start doing his flame attack. Although it is possible to be too fast and have him start breathing his flames at you when you're on the pillar that he was just on, and if that happens, that's really bad. Although it could also happen if you're too slow as well, so like there's a balance.
Okay, so now he's waiting with the iron boots on to get low enough. Once he's low enough, he's gonna claw shot back up, and okay, all right. That was kind of scary, but Argrok will then stop blowing fire and then be vulnerable to hit. So you don't actually have to go all the way around Argrok to claw shot onto him. You could just get like onto it like far enough where you don't even see see that you're able to claw shot him, but you can. So this next one is gonna be exactly the same as the first one, but the third is gonna be a little bit different.
So I'm just waiting for Argrok to start to attack him. Usually use an audio cue. All right, cool.
So he has iron boots on the whole time there. When he has iron boots on, he's going down. If Aether doesn't claw shot Argrok fast enough, he'll be too low, and then Argrok will reset his pattern. So now on this third hit, Argrok will normally shoot his flames one way and then stop and then shoot the other way, and you have to claw shot around. So instead, Aether's actually going to, he's actually going to claw shot 3 times here. Take off his iron boots and turn around, and then put his iron boots back on at a specific timing. Then he's going to aim and then put his iron boots, take his iron boots back off right there, and then stops the flames from happening. again, there, because you're moving, if you take too long, you'll actually be too slow for it.
This is a pretty solid art rock.
Yep. Besides the grabs, that was a pretty decent second half.
The one cycle on the first phase was scary.
We have $250 from Dakar, who says, loving this Zelda run. And we have $50 from Lunk Angry Face, who says, Lunk smash cancer. We have a $500 anonymous donation that says, had to donate for such an important cause, and I'm glad I got the chance to do so during my favorite game. Here's to howling the cancer away. We've got a $500 donation from Sazka. He says, keep up the good work and shout out to the GDQ Discord.
All right, so now we have Temple of Time that he's gonna head to. Temple of Time recently got a pretty big skip in it, which was actually mentioned earlier from one of the donators. You used to have to go through the second half of the dungeon with like a statue, but you can now just kind of just roll clip, or just roll clip, what am I talking? You can just roll through a door with a really precise angle and with a statue. But first we have to get to Temple of Time, which you're usually supposed to have like a golden cuckoo for. Also, actually, this is a trick right here that he's doing. Okay, so if you don't have iron boots on, you don't fall fast enough, that way you can jump slash, and you actually end up falling into the water. So that saves like 20 seconds right there.
So he's gonna go back to Ordon here, and he's gonna do a different method of early Master Sword. This time he's gonna do it with a bomb boost. So Aether's gonna get into a semi-specific spot onto this tree branch, or not the branch, the tree root, and then LJ onto a little piece of the tree, or I guess the wall up there. I don't know what to call that you can actually reach, and then the bomb is gonna hit him and let him stay up here.
So a second bomb boost that we use.
All right, and then
Slipping.
oh my.
Okay.
All right, so now he's just gonna traverse through this area a little bit, and then do an LJ to get back to Sacred Grove.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little scary. There's a
Cool.
weird wall there.
Oh my gosh.
He didn't get the harpy.
Oh, whatever. I'll just go in like this.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, you're good. Okay, so Sacred Grove the second time is a little bit different, but it's still the same concept. You just need to find the Skull Kid 3 times and then attack him. And then the second phase is still the same, attacking him 3 times. Although it is faster to actually just stay as human for the first couple times because you can attack him with the bow. So you can kind of like move to where you need to go and then just shoot him with the bow from like near the entrance to the next room. And again, just like the first time, he's still always in the same position. It's pretty much just a pretty long chase sequence.
Bye.
We have $250 from Xenogin. No better time to donate than in my favorite game series. Lost my dad in 2017 and then my mom in 2018 to cancer. So this is for them. Forget cancer. We have $250 from GFS Ambassador. Instead of presents this Christmas, the family agreed to donate to charity for each member. I gave him a rain check to wait for Zelda Run on AGDQ. Thanks to all involved. We have $5 from Grind Muffin. Don't worry, you aren't alone. I don't like puns either, but I'm pretty sure we both hate cancer way more. So keep the puns coming.
I can agree with that.
We have $50 from Tiffy. Had to donate during Twilight Princess, one of the best Zelda games. Love the run and the awesome commentary from the couch. Also, do not forget to awoo.
Oh.
Glad you guys are helping me out. We've got $5 from Hill Art. Wait, he doesn't like puns? Well, that's rough.
I'm gonna go crazy sitting here.
We've got $250 from Beat223. Thanks all for this amazing event. Lots of Twilight love from the Netherlands. We've got $50 from DJ Buff Walrus. This is donated for Nick, who introduced me to speedrunning. You're a good man and a great older brother. To make sure your name is immortalized in the GDQ archives, if this comment gets read, I will donate an additional $50. Let's save those frames, lads. We have $100 from Bitsawolf. Thank Awu for this howling good run. Awu. We have $100 from Crazed Pixel. Even though I don't have a lot of money, I simply had to give for my favorite Zelda game. We've got $25 from Midnight. Hi, dads.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, son.
Good luck on the small metal dog. We got $15 from Hero.Maximus. My dad had brain cancer a few years ago and he won his fight after 4 years. I hope no one has to feel the pain he felt. Good luck with the run and save the animals.
All right, so right here, he's just gonna put the Master Sword back in the sheath because we no longer need the Master Sword.
All right, guys, we're starting Child 2.
All right, we're a child now.
You could say we went back in time.
Okay, this is one of the more annoying messenger fights, but not too bad. Just because there's lots of keys here that can kind of just, I don't know, they're annoying. They're keys, so they're annoying, so. All right, cool. The messengers were nice too. All right, so it's just like another minute before we enter Temple of Time.
Do we have time for a little bit longer donation?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I have $5 from Joe Rosa. He says, when I met Jimmy, he introduced me to Ocarina of Time. Twilight Princess was one of the last games I got to play with my best friend. We waited right after Thanksgiving dinner for Black Friday to get our Wii. I ended up getting sick, but he still stayed in line while I was in the car. Cancer ended up getting him sometimes later, and I can't stop thinking about him. But I thank everyone for helping someone somewhere keeping their best friend alive and defending off cancer. Thanks, Joe.
All right, so Temple of Time is, it's either people's most favorite dungeon in all dungeons or least favorite. I really like Temple of Time personally.
It's the best dungeon.
Yeah. So Aether's breaking that pot for some arrows. You need a lot in this dungeon.
No, he just really hates that pot.
Oh, yeah. So this dungeon has a lot of rolling up slopes. Thankfully, unlike Goron Mines, the rolling up slopes isn't also involving lag, so it's a bit easier.
Also, we actually have a way to kind of, I don't know if it's new or not, but you can skip Uku, getting Uku up here.
No, that's, I feel like that's been known, but no one really does that. Or, well, no one really did it before because of new stuff that comes into play later on in this dungeon. But for now, we gotta climb all the way up. So Temple of Time is basically just this big tower. So Aether's starting at the bottom right now. He's gonna climb all the way to the top to get the Dominion Rod. So a couple of these rooms, he's gonna be doing skips for these gates. So if he claw shots as close as he can to the gate, and then drops down and does a jump slash, he'll be able to land on top of the gate or land right past the gate and skip having to put like some pots on like switches. This first one is pretty simple. The next one's a little bit harder since the claw shot target and the gate are closer together.
Also, the Liz Alphas can kind of mess with you. All right, cool. So getting off the gate sometimes can be annoying if you land in a certain spot, because like you try and roll off, but like you just are barely like too close to the edge of the gate to just end up not getting full speed.
This room's pretty interesting. Or not this room. So I'm just not gonna say that Ace talk.
Right now he's rolling. He just equipped the spinner. He's gonna get on the spinner track up here.
Yep. Oh, he's spinning. He's spinning. Yes.
There he goes.
He got off the spinner. Oh.
All right, so these little spike traps here are kind of on a cycle. And actually, if you're too slow getting up here, or too fast, you can end up running into them and falling off. And it's annoying because you have to run all the way back up. Also, sometimes if you're too fast, like if you just barely are too fast, you can end up having them knock the statue off as well. And you kind of have to reset the room. So this right here is a trick to skip a statue. You just have to jump attack like right as the cutscene starts, and then the platform goes up, and you just jump attack off the ledge before it goes back down.
Nice. It's actually possible to get that trick without the cutscene. It's just a lot easier. So you'll often see people trying to be early than to be late.
Luckily, those die with just one bomb arrow. It's nice. Although, like, it can be weird sometimes. Like, you have to make the bomb arrow hit a really weird spot.
Yeah, I think it has to hit the ground behind them or something.
Yeah, it does.
Sometimes though you can just like shoot the bomb right at it and it works. It's weird.
There'll be one instance of that in this run. Okay, luckily these little spikes are in like a decent spot where you can kind of just run right through. You don't have to go too far out of the way to avoid them.
So this switch changes the direction of these walls. Normally you would go to the other side, go to that circle, and then shoot an arrow at it, but Aether's just gonna claw shot right through this gate and continue on his way.
Now, you can use bomb arrows for this switch up here, but if you waste too many bomb arrows, it's good to just use normal arrows. The nice thing about bomb arrows is that you can kind of shoot roughly near it. You don't need to be as precise. You can save like a second or two off of aiming.
For the most part, though, you want to save bomb arrows to use against just like killing enemies, especially Dinofosses. With Dinofosses and Lizardfosses, if you just sit there with a bomb arrow like Aether just did right there and wait for them to hit you, then they'll blow up the bomb and kill themselves and every enemy around them pretty much.
The camera there is really weird sometimes, and it makes your movement like inverted.
Okay, this next room was the room that I was going to talk about before. There's actually a lot of different ways to get up this room. I think Aether's just going to do a kind of specific claw shot. It's not too precise, but like there's strats that get on this railing and then use the railing to get on the claw shot. You know, there's a lot of different cool strats like over the years to get through this room quickly. When he gets up there, he's going to be getting the boss key early. Normally, you would wait until later to get the boss key, but it just ends up being faster to do it right now.
So those scales, you used to have to deal with those scales twice in this dungeon. But because of the fact that we don't need to backtrack through the dungeon with a statue that we're going to get later, we will never see those scales again, which is really nice.
Thankfully.
Because like you used to have to back hop with a statue like across the scales really, really quickly and not leave too much room between those backflips. Otherwise, you'd end up like the scales would become uneven and you'd have to use the other statues.
Yeah, and you would also need a really weird angle. So fun fact about these Armoses, you can actually kill them with the claw shot. So if you go behind them and then use the claw shot, that actually acts like your sword hitting them, and it's actually a pretty consistent way to kill them. That's the last one that we're gonna see in this. Or no, we'll see a couple more, but that's the last one where you would really do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that might be too far. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. If you take out your sword,
You can throw these forward.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it happens with other items too, not just the sword.
Yeah, normally people will take out the sword.
Something else I think is a little nice, but can be a little annoying sometimes as well, is that Link will, if you're near a switch and you try to place something on a switch, but you're not quite facing it, Link will auto-adjust to put it on the switch.
Okay, so you put this down, and here's the boss key.
So you're not supposed to get this until after the Dominion Road.
So coming up is some pretty straightforward rooms.
Yeah,
A
these
little
next
bit
turns
low
are
on
pretty.
health, but it's all good.
Yeah, that's the only thing to really like think about here. But the rooms are pretty much done the intended way.
I mean, except for one of them.
Even if Aether does end up accidentally dying, in Twilight Princess, you actually just respawn at the beginning of the room that you die in, so he wouldn't really be losing that much time if he did.
Unfortunately, though, in Temple of Time, the rooms are kind of big, so you can end up losing a good amount of time depending on
The Zalphos running into the blade.
running into the saw. But yeah, depending on what part of the room that you die, since some of the rooms in this dungeon are very large, you can lose a little bit more time. That's just a quick little LJ there to get past the electric fence instead of putting down a like a pot or something.
These little spiders can be annoying when trying to climb this ledge. Okay, cool. They were nice.
Yeah, Aether does not want any more rupees. So if he can, he's just gonna avoid all the different rupee texts.
All right, so it's actually possible to trigger this cutscene with the boomerang for the mini boss. And then there's a cool strat with the ball and chain that you can do on it.
This Dark Knight's actually basically exactly the same as any other Dark Knight in the game. The only difference is it has a little bit more health because, I guess, extra armor or something. Nice.
Cool.
Okay, so with that, he's gonna get the Dominion Rod.
And he's gonna save warp.
All right, so this next trick is interesting.
That's one way to put it.
All right, so this trick is gonna be doing. We know how to make it work. We don't understand why it works the way it does. So it's pretty consistent as long as you like set it up correctly and the time your rolls properly and all. But it can still take anywhere from like a minute to 2 minutes sometimes. But usually it's on the shorter end, closer to like 30 seconds if done pretty well. Even if it takes like, let's say 3 minutes, it still saves like a minute and a half.
Yeah. But this could take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
For all we know, this could take 20. No one knows. So hopefully it'll go well, though.
All right, so pretty much after he sets it up, probably you could just read donations until he gets it.
All right, so he's going to roll over here, and he's going to grab the little metal dog over here.
Metal dog.
The metal dog. And then he's going to bring him over to the corner, use the Dominion Rod to control him, and get into a certain angle, and just hope Scrappy lets him clip.
All right, so eventually you should clip through if he gets the angle right and times his rolls properly.
Oh.
That can happen if you like roll a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, you want to get, you don't want to chain your rolls because you want the lowest possible roll speed for this clip. If his roll speed is too fast, then the statue clips through the wall like that.
We have a $50.
All right, cool. That was really nice.
I knew as soon as I started reading you would get it.
Good boy. Good Scrappy.
We can read the donation now, though.
Yeah.
All right, we got $50 from Obaka. Man, I really want to watch this whole 4-hour Twilight Princess run, but I'm kind of in the mid to something. Aw. Best of luck on the rest of the run. So grateful to see it being done for the benefit of charity.
All right, cool. So that was really fast. That was really fast.
Mm-hmm. All right, so coming up is Armagoma. And Armagoma is a great boss. Fantastic boss. No RNG, nothing boring at all.
It's entirely RNG based.
It's like the twin Rova of Twilight Princess.
Mm-hmm. Basically, Aether's just going to be sitting around waiting for Armagoma to open her eye.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh my god.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. You see to hope she stops, really.
All
right, okay.
Okay. Guess I'll wait. Oh, okay.
All right, so we need to wait for that like 2 more times. And then she'll be dead, right?
Boom, 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 ba-da.
Could probably hit another like donation or two during this.
All right, I've got $25 from Sarianosaurus. I hate spiders. Another $25 if you kill Armagoma stupid fast.
Unfortunately, that's not in our control.
I think this will still qualify.
What is this?
She's going for a walk. She's got to get, got workout goals, weight loss plan,
She knew that person donated.
This is actually the worst I've ever seen it. Probably Aether as well. I think this is the worst any of us have seen it now.
Still going. What? Okay, stop.
No, what? Maybe if we dab, she'll stop.
All right, ready?
Okay.
Oh, she did it. It worked. All right, we got one more hit.
I mean, if she does that again, you can probably leave like 5 or 6 donations.
So you can actually kill these. So as Aether's doing right now, you can kill these spiders before they come out, and it's a little bit faster.
Yeah, the only problem with the first one, the first time she does it is that it was like mid cutscene, so. All right.
All right, okay.
We should have been counting.
We should,
honestly.
but honestly, I don't think it matters.
This is well past two. This is like a 37 or something, collectively.
She's gonna stop right here, calling it. Just kidding, got it. Okay.
The third one was the best one. All right, that was special.
Yeah.
All right, she's dead. Cool.
We need more donations for better RNG.
Good job, Aether.
But wait.
Wait,
There's more.
call now. Ubu.
It will.
Use the bow.
Dominion Rod doesn't quite
Oh
work
my
there
god.
either.
Okay. There we go.
All right.
Normally I have but one Y.
Just put it away really quickly here. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
All right. That was a special boss.
We have a $25 donation from Nappa the Incorrigible. I'm a doggo named Nappa, and I'm very curious about all the howls coming from the TV. Can I get a big awoo from the crowd? I'll get my human to give another 25 to defeat cancer if you do. Okay, 3, 2, 1, awoo! Thanks, Nappa.
All right, so we've got one more dungeon before Hyrule Castle.
This is primarily the dungeon that you need heart pieces for, pretty much, in like an any percent or an 80% speedrun, pretty much, because doing speedruns drafts with 3 hearts in Palace of Twilight is very,
Scary.
very difficult.
I know even the task almost died there.
I'm sure the task was really scared. So we probably have time for some more donations, honestly.
Yep.
All right, we've got $350 from Stealthy Dragon. Woohoo!
Woo.
Apparently, no one told you guys. Awoo is actually illegal, and it's a $350 fine. Oh no!
Oh no.
You all owe a lot of money in donations.
Who knew?
Awoo! I paid mine. Where's yours?
Ah, woo woo.
Thank you so much. We've got $25 from Sorry Anasaurus. Killed her faster than I could have done it, so here's the 25 bucks. What was that about no RNG? We've got $50 from Snarky Pickles. One thing I learned from speedruns is that walls are a suggestion. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
We've got $15 from Relkin. I don't have much money to donate, but after losing my mother a couple of years ago, I'd like to do my part in ridding the world of this awful disease, even if it's just 15 bucks. Great Twilight Princess run, great show all around.
Thank you.
I've got $10 from Some Kinda 160. You Argo rocked that fight. Woo, keep it up.
Ooh. All right, so coming up, Aether's gonna... What?
That'd be good.
Oh, okay. You can go.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, whatever. Listen, Ace.
Whatever.
Whatever. Anyway, so Aether is going to be doing a couple strats here. So you're gonna have to fight a lot of Xanheads in this dungeon, and he'll be using a couple ways to kill the Xanheads faster. Generally, after you do like a couple hits, they disappear and you have to hit them again. But if you B-attack them in a certain way or do different like charge attacks, you can double hit them and kill them in one cycle.
Yeah, so pretty much every room in the first half of this dungeon is get a small key to progress to the next room.
Yeah, the rooms are mostly done the intended way, aside from like a few long jump attacks, some optimized fights on like Xanheads. The only randomness you really need to deal with is Xanheads spawning. So like this Xanhead spawn was random. It could spawn in like 4 different locations. Phantom Xant locations, spawn locations, they're random. Although Aether's going to use audio to try and locate those. And then keys can be a little bit of a problem sometimes. Nice. You can actually skip claw shotting the targets up here by just start hopping up onto the chest. So Phantom Xant you can kill, and you can actually one-cycle him, but it's task only because it's pretty much. I'm pretty sure it's frame perfect. And then if you don't do that, it's usually like a 3-cycle fight.
Oh yeah. So for some reason in all dungeons that happens. Like the fight starts during the cutscene, and then it doesn't start, and then you start the fight again.
It has something to do with like the early boss flags from earlier.
Yeah. So here, Aether's going to stab once and then quick spin twice.
Yeah, if he does a full combo, then Xant's going to go back into
nice.
A phase where he just teleports around randomly and you can't hit him.
Okay, so ideally you get a center spawn. It's possible to get a center spawn all 3 times, but I don't know if anyone's actually had it happen. It would save an immense amount of time if you had that happen.
Generally, like really good RNG is even just getting a center spawn once or
At all,
twice.
yeah.
I don't think we've explained L
L
sliding.
sliding?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so L sliding, essentially, when you claw shot something, you can just hold L to go into third person, and then you can just use the control stick to move around. It's very subtle, it's very slow movement. It's not as much as like the Wind Waker, which also has L sliding, but it's enough to save some time. And it actually has a use that's more than just saving time. You avoid spawning some enemies up here in the next room.
So pretty much this dungeon, all you do is you go down the dungeon, you get some small keys, you fight Phantom Xant, you grab the soul, and then you head on out the same way that you came. But going back is obviously a little bit different. You have to use the soul in more or less the intended way. There's some things that you do to speed it up, but nothing too crazy so far.
Yeah, so right here, after he jumps off this ledge and claw shots the soul, he's gonna like slide while in third person and claw shotting the soul to the right, and it should slide over a trigger that spawns some enemies and avoid them spawning.
Yeah, you got it there.
Yeah. So usually there'd be some Twilight vermin that spawn there, and it's just a little annoying because like they can hit the soul out of your hand while you jump down. Pretty much the worst thing that can happen in the first part of this dungeon is the soul falling out of your hand while bringing it back, while like jumping over anything. It can be really bad.
If you found a way to dupe souls, you wouldn't have to go to the right hallway.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the souls are technically the same thing. There's nothing really different between the 2 souls. It's just that those are the only 2 souls that you can get.
Yep.
Dragonbane actually has a very interesting video on like a theoretical soul skip.
That's a little LJ to save some time instead of riding the platform all the way there.
Nice. This is usually like the scariest room, or the room where stuff can go wrong most often.
Especially when coming back the opposite way.
Yeah, so like the keys can get you off the platforms. The Xanhead spawns in a random spot. If you mess up your quick spins and it spawns on a platform, you can like grab the ledge. There can just be a lot of little silly things that can happen in here.
Shout outs to Ace's 90% world record. Sorry, no more bully.
So yeah. Okay, that wasn't that bad.
That was good.
Ideally, the Xant head spawns on the far side at the end, and then you just kill him there, and then stand in front of the chest before it spawns. So in this room, he's actually going to throw the boomerang. And throwing the boomerang is going to kind of like reset these messengers. So they chase after Link as soon as he like jumps off the ledge up there. But what the heck? They chase after Link as soon as he jumps off the ledge. And then once you get near them, they would stop like running towards you because they're close to you and they're going to try to attack. But with the boomerang, with the way you throw the boomerang, it like goes forward and then it comes back. And on its way back, it like curves back around those messengers and it kind of like resets them so they're no longer aggroed onto you. Or at least not trying to attack you. So they recognize that they have to run over to you.
That was fast.
How many fasts would you say that was?
That was mega fast, dude.
Is Aether Spider-Man?
Can you get Spidey shot?
Oh, right there.
You like barely get that claw shot without aiming.
So right over here, you have a couple options of what you can do. You can either do an LJ like Aether's trying right now, or you can just get a little bit closer to the wall and claw shot all the way over to the other side.
Yep.
And then now he's going to do another Xant fight. It's exactly the same as the first one.
Yeah, again, using audio to try and like listen where Xant is. It's only really an issue for the first spawn. So if he gets like a front spawn again, he doesn't really need to listen, but...
No.
Okay, that's okay. He's just gonna have to force cycle it. If you mess up a quick spin, you just kind of have to do an extra cycle. It's a little unfortunate, but it's not a big of a deal since of how fast they are. Cool.
Okay, just like before, he's going to be taking the soul back. Taking the soul back on this side is, I would say, significantly harder. The last one, you don't really do anything difficult, but there's just some...
It's really that one room with the light platforms where if you just do something silly, like it's easy to do it correctly, but like something can go wrong.
Yeah, also about Phantom Xant, if you hit him too many times, he'll just start spawning really, really fast and you can't hit him as well.
We do have $25 from Napa the Incorrigible, who says, here's the other $25 for an excellent howl.
Oh yeah, these next two rooms just backtracking, so you can probably do a couple more of those.
Excellent. We have $300 from Cassini2K4. While watching this Twilight Princess run, I decided, Armagoma donate to this great cause.
That's a good one.
We've got $50 from Genface. Had to make my first time donating during the Twilight Princess run. By far my most played childhood game. Loving the couch commentary. Keep it up, Aether.
Thank you.
We've got $250. Says, "Ow, is it even possible to outdo all the puns rolling in? Maybe not, but I hope everybody keeps trying. If we hear a solid Bokoblin pun, I'll donate another $100. Meanwhile, hey couch, how are we doing?"
You know what? I like that one. I like that one.
And everybody keep howling. Louder, I Xant hear you. Very nice. We've got an anonymous $30 donation. Roses are red, violets are blue. Let's give one more long ow.
Alright, so Aether's gonna skip this cutscene by jumping off.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh no,
no,
he voided out.
no.
Wait, he failed it. Why?
Oh, man.
Oh wait.
Oh, wait.
It still worked. You can't actually skip it, unfortunately, but we just like side hopping off after putting the soul in.
Now it's time for Butter Sword.
You got the master sword of butter.
We're gonna go butter up Zant.
Butter or bagels.
Pog.
Oh, okay. Torp would be proud.
Torp would not be proud.
Rescinded that pride.
All right, so the second half is far more technical. A lot of these rooms, like, you just have to be you have to have very good execution to actually do them well. In this first room, you just kind of have to blind throw a couple of the souls into some of these sockets.
Yeah, the second half of Palace is probably the hardest.
It's definitely more consistent, though, because you don't have to deal with, like, the random head spawns or Zant as much.
Yeah, but because it's more consistent,
Yeah.
your time losses matter a lot more.
All right,
Okay,
cool.
cool.
Less random for more skill, basically.
Thankfully, those little guys can't climb up these stairs.
Thankfully.
Thankfully.
All right, gonna get a heart from this guy.
Because, you know, he definitely needs a lot more hearts.
And on his way back here, when he goes back to these platforms, he's actually going to trigger the platform before killing the rest of the Zan heads. So that way he doesn't have to wait for the light platform to light up. Whenever you trigger those orbs, it takes like a second and a half for the actual light platform to become active. But if you do that there and then kill the Zan heads, you can just not need to wait for the platform to activate on the way back when you go actually step on it.
Good targets.
Thanks.
So you can do an LJ here if there's electing not to do it because it's a little. I don't want to say it's like really hard, but it
It's
does
too risky.
sometimes
Yeah, it's too
not
risky.
work. And it
There-
doesn't save that much time anyway.
It's like a second.
Yeah, there's a couple things that can go wrong with it that are really silly. One of them is out of your control. Like sometimes when you target a wall, so what we do with, I don't think we actually really explained what we're doing. So when you target a wall with two targets, you're just setting it so that way the boomerang goes out of bounds and then it goes behind the wall and goes over to the other target. And again, while it's out of bounds, like we talked about before, it's over a void. So that's what he's doing with those like double target LGAs. But sometimes the boomerang actually goes inbounds, and instead of curving outwards, it curves inwards. And then if you try and jump attack when it goes inwards, it's obviously not going to be over the void. It's going to be over the ground that you're standing on, or whatever ground. And then you just don't long jump. You can do the same thing here with a single target, but this long jump is far more precise, and if you feel it, it wastes far more time.
So Aether's actually going to be going for an early cycle here. If you don't want to go for it, then you would get the boss key first, but instead Aether's going to kill that one Zan head by itself to spawn these three Zan heads over here. And if he quickly claw shots to get the boss key, then he can fall down and kill those three Zan heads on a pretty quick cycle.
All right, cool. So those claw shots are fast enough. You should be able to hit at least two of those on the way back down.
Oh, oops.
Oof.
I think this will still work.
Yeah,
you should still be
you
fine.
should be good. It's really your first two that matter.
The
Hard
Card
Rock?
Rocks.
Yeah, you're good.
I might get two. Yeah, I'm not gonna get three.
Yeah, you're not going to get all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the trumpets. Just birds with trumpets for heads.
Okay, so the next room. You want a trumpet? so the next room is fairly difficult. It's pretty precise what he's gonna have to do. Basically, Aether's gonna be using a lot of LJs to get to the top of the room as fast as possible, because at the top of the room, starting now, there's a platform that's moving back and forth in a specific time. So he wants to catch that platform at the correct moment.
I think he's actually planning on doing one of them.
I mean, you only really need one
Yeah.
of them.
You don't need any of them, but. Oh, sorry.
I did that. I didn't hear my Wii.
Okay, so right
Yeah.
there he was listening for his Wii, because when those messengers spawn in, the Wii starts to like load the disc or spin the disc a little bit faster. Okay, here's one long jump attack he's doing.
That's the main one that saves time. The second one it's pretty risky to go for, honestly, but it does make this trick a little bit easier if you do go for it.
All right, so yeah, right up one more level above him, there's a light platform that's going back and forth across the room, and that's what he's like racing right now. And
So-
the second cycle loses like 17 seconds over the first one or something, so it's a pretty significant time loss and like a good run.
Back in the old days, we didn't LJ for this at all. You just have to roll really, really quickly and have really fast targets to get this.
Oh my God, how is that so close?
Giving me heart attacks. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Okay. You can just kind of double target and then like jump attack the head from across the other platforms, but it's not worth doing in like a marathon run.
It saves very little amount of time.
Yeah.
All right, so now he's gonna do one more LJ to get to this next door a little bit faster. So he's gonna target somewhere on the door frame, and then once the claw shot gets up there, or not the claw shot, once the boomerang gets up there, he's just gonna do an LJ. So this next room, Aether's gonna just be
Killing all the messengers, yeah.
gonna be doing a lot of quick spins.
Nothing too special about this.
Looks pretty cool though.
We have.
Good. Yep. I was gonna say it's good for those.
All right,
donations.
we're on the same page. All right. We have $5 from Kipling. If everyone watching donated $5, we'd smash 1.5 million in no time. And we have $10 from Luce. I enjoy the GDQ events twice a year. Thank you all for the great content. Twilight Princess is one of my favorite games of all time, so I figured this is the perfect time to donate. You rock. P.S. Woof woof.
All right, so this fight is probably one of the coolest.
Most of the bosses in this game, they do have like some multiple phases, but this
This is a throwback boss.
The Zan fight's like kind of like a boss rush, like in a different way than you'd see in like a Mega Man game. But Zant does copy a lot of bosses. So the first one he's gonna copy is the Ababa, and you don't have to do any shenanigans with bombs or anything. But this fight can waste a little bit of time just because of the RNG involved.
Yeah, some of the fights have random spawns. Some of them are pretty much all set.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting about these fights is that when you're attacking Zant, it only really matters that you get the fourth hit of a combo on him. The first three, like, basically don't matter at all for most of these phases.
Right, so he's always going to spawn up front here. Then ideally after this first cycle, he wants him to spawn in the center again.
Ooh, only 2 hops there.
Oh, nice. Okay. Center spawn.
3 hops, not bad. 2 or 3 hops is just fine for
The
that.
second phase is the one that matters the most, though, so I'm just going to let him do the little trick, and then we'll explain it.
Too early.
All right. So he was going for a 1 cycle there. If you just attack him the correct way, you're able to kill him in 1 cycle without needing to wait for him to teleport around again. Which can save this.
Okay, so the next phase is going to be the lake bed phase. So just like Morphil, he's going to be in a tank underwater, and he doesn't have the Zora armor. But instead, this fight is a lot easier with it. He does need 2 bombs here to refill his air during the fight, but it's nothing like Morphil, and this fight's pretty much completely consistent.
Yeah, it's entirely predictive. So like after the first hit, Zan's gonna spawn 4 heads all around the center of the room. And some people kind of think it's random which head he spawns in, but he always spawns in, also this is kind of scary. You end up getting really close to drowning. He always spawns in the head that is farthest from you. So you just kind of distance yourself away from one of the heads. Then after a certain point, when you know it's already picked which head he's in, you start swimming towards him.
Mm-hmm. Also, you're going to see Aether doing a very, instead of just doing forward stabs, Aether does a weird slash combo for, to hit Zant. That's just because that type of combo hits Zant faster, or hits enemies in general a lot faster than doing stabs would. It saves them a bit of air and also just time in general.
Yeah, so you can kind of, it's still enough here you can notice. He slashes to the right, left, stab, and then he holds down for the last one.
So next up is Ook.
Yep. So this one's always the same. There's no randomness unlike with the actual Ook fight.
Well, the randomness comes in if you don't get the strat.
It's still the same. It's still set.
Is it?
Yeah.
Best music.
All right, so you can use the ball and chain here to knock Zant off the pillar. Also, he used the force unequip there, like he did with Morphil earlier. Just kind of take the boots off, not need to go through the unequip animation.
All right, so now we're back at Blizzetta. Aether has a
Aether has
pretty
his own
interesting
strat for
strat,
it.
yeah.
This is probably the one fight here that wastes the most time if you end up getting an extra cycle. Aside from maybe like lake bed.
I mean, lake bed, you just kind of die.
Well, I mean, you could probably, I guess so. Okay,
All right,
cool.
nice. So this last phase, Aether's going to be doing a really weird setup here. And basically, only the last hit of your combo matters on Zant, does the most damage, and it's what he needs to progress through the fight.
Yeah, so you can predict every single time Zant's gonna spawn. Just by moving a certain way and swinging certain patterns.
Okay, nice. So now he only needs one more combo. Nice.
All right,
there
that's
you
pretty
go.
good.
Okay, so with Zant done, pretty much all that's left is some cutscenes and then the final dungeon of the game.
Yep. Get to see everyone's favorite form of Midna. Also, we have our last attempt at seeing the mailman. I mean, skipping the mailman.
You mean seeing the mailman, right? You need to read those letters.
Either you want to check in on that mail from the donators?
Should I not skip it for the meme? Or-
No.
No. Skip it.
I was kind of like, it's good for donations here. For a little
Oh,
bit.
okay, I got you.
All right, we got $15 from Adam the Feverish. Ooh, I just got home and I don't know why we're all howling or even what game is playing. But here's some money to be cancer. Ooh. We have $25 from Naive. Is it just me or does Theoretical Soul Skip sound like the greatest indie band's name?
You gotta pay us royalties for that, though.
We have $30 from Paper Crane. Twilight Princess wrecked my wrists and forearms when I played it on the Wii. I hurt for weeks after an extended play session. Good call playing on GameCube.
All right, so that was mailman skip.
I was half hoping you were gonna fail that.
Hey!
Yeah, so if you watch the mailman cutscene, it's really loud hey, and then he just kind of waddles over to you.
But will Aether get the bonk?
This area is really laggy.
Very. All right,
Yeah.
cool. You got the bonk.
Okay, bathroom break.
All right, this is like a 2-minute cutscene.
Yep, have fun.
All right, we have $250 from Siliox26. With all these ahoos, where are the Franker Z in the chat? Rip Twitch chat. We have $5 from NeoDrake321, who says, here's my $5. Come on, guys, let's get this $5 train starting. Thanks for that awesome event and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Really quickly, introducing the best version of Midna you'll ever see in this game.
Squidna. All right.
Okay, you can keep reading. I just wanted to say that.
All right. We've got $25 from Vinny the Jackal. No more puns for this run, but how about rhymes? Aether is gunning for the true hero of time. With time jumps, skips, and frame-perfect clips, he races the clock, but it won't be a shock at the end of the run. When it's all said and done, the winner is who? SkyBlueAether. Ahoo!
Nice.
Very nice. We have $25 from Young Family, first-time donor, first-time watcher. Love the speedrun so far, had to donate during this Twilight Princess run. I lost my grandmother to cancer a few years ago, so let's beat it. Thanks to everyone out there for doing what you are doing.
So if you like the barrier skip in the Wind Waker HD, we actually have our own form of barrier skip too. It's pretty neat.
You mean
we just
watching
use
this
Midna.
cutscene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about the other barrier skip.
Oh.
Oh, the other barrier.
Oh. We have several barriers.
All of which are skipped.
Okay, so coming up, Aether's going to
Skip the
use
barrier.
Yes, but before that, he's going to be using some bombs to kill some Red Bull Goblins. Red Bull Goblins are pretty annoying. They take a lot of hits to kill, but they die in one hit with a bomb.
right, so he actually has 3 bombs here, so he has a spare in case something happens. But he shouldn't need more than 2. He's only going to use 1 bomb here, and then he's going to use 1 bomb later on in the castle to kill other enemies as well.
All right, so now he's going to stand here and do nothing. And he wins.
Yeah. It's time for barrier skip, boys.
We skipped the barrier.
All right,
Oh man, he skipped the barrier, guys.
All right, so you can walk into the trigger for those, and then skip them, and
Or skip
the barrier
cutscene,
still
yeah.
takes, or skip the cutscene, and then the barrier still like takes the same amount of time to spawn, even if you watch the cutscene. And the cutscene controls Link's movement, so you can just skip the cutscene, regain control of Link, and then just roll out of where the barrier is. You could actually skip the fight with the Bokoblins that he did, but you need a certain attack that you don't usually only get in 100%. All right. With this fight, King Bublin's hitbox is really, really weird. And like if you mess up an initial jump attack, quick spin on him, you can't really chain them anymore without needing to like reset it. Also, something Aether's been doing, I don't know if we mentioned that either, throughout the run, is when you jump attack, you can actually just spin the control stick mid-jump attack, and then Link will do a quick spin when he lands on the ground.
That's going to be really important in the final fight, especially.
Did we mention the differences between clockwise and counterclockwise on King Boblin? Or...
I think
Yeah,
we
Okay.
did.
That was during Stellar.
Okay.
Yep. Another frame per backflip?
So you can get a frame perfect backflip there, and in the backflip, during the backflip, you have a couple frames to pause the game and save quit. It saves, I think, 4 seconds over rolling back, but
It's like 4 or 5 seconds.
It's not a big deal. A little bit of a fast movement there.
Gotta be careful here not to clip back into the barrier. If you clip into the barrier here, though, you can just save warp and then go back to the start of the castle and not need to fight them. It's worth save warping instead of fighting them because of how much health they have.
So I know how everybody enjoyed one barrier skip, but let me give you that. But we're also going to give you a second barrier skip.
This one's a little bit more precise.
Yeah, nice. Woo. All right, so right there he jumps into. So right there, Aether just jumped into a pillar. Yeah, he jumped into the pillar, which stopped him from going forward, and then skipped the cutscene to regain control and just walked away.
I think it has more to do with like being airborne because like it can't control Link while he's airborne.
Something like that, I don't know. Well, I mean, you can't just jump into it.
Well, yeah,
Either
of
way, you
course.
need like the pillar.
Yeah.
So he has another Dark Knight here. He's just gonna do the same thing that he did for the one in Temple of Time, but this time with a couple less hits.
That's interesting.
Nice block.
He's good.
Okay.
Oh, oops. Oh, a little bit off on your angle before. So, coming up, Aether's going to be in a dark room where he's just going to have to light some torches.
And hope that he gets to the right
Yeah,
order.
he's got to guess the right order. Like, I don't know why they keep putting things like this.
It's
in the
really
game.
dumb. There are like
Yeah.
10 different combinations
I know.
they can be. But there's one. Like,
There's one really fast one.
wow.
Oh, man,
my God.
He got the fast one, yo! Okay, we're just kidding. It's always the same. So here's
We like to
the
joke
legend.
about those being random because like there's so much random stuff in here. Like if those were random right at the end of the run, that would suck.
I
Like,
really
you,
wouldn't
you
be
could
surprised.
you could lose a run to that if like that was a thing.
All right, so here's where the legendary clip happened, but Aether does a bit of a different strat, so
right.
no chance of seeing that, unfortunately. So Dinofosses react to your bombs really weird. Sometimes they kind of just ignore them. They notice them sometimes. Sometimes they play soccer with the bombs. It's really weird. But we can use that to just kill them pretty easily with some consistent strats.
Yeah. Harville Castle is pretty much just a gauntlet of like a bunch of fights.
Okay, so now you're actually going to see an aerial foes defeated normally. There's not 2 phases to this area of foes like there would be in City, which that's the one that he skips. So you only have to do the first phase. There's a couple cool strats that you can do actually.
Yep.
And then coming up, he's just rolling and then watching a cutscene.
We're gonna go see our friends.
All the friends that we met throughout the game.
Alright, so we've just got a couple cutscenes here and some brake sliding. Ooh, spicy.
Ooh.
Ooh, ooh.
All right, we have a $100 donation from Awoo. He says, this game was released in 2006. Man, I feel old. Keep up the good work.
Oof.
We have a $10 donation from Azulil. Thanks for the great run. Twilight Princess has always been a favorite for me, and I'm glad to see it being run in such a cool way. The sequence breaking is real. Greetings from me and my girlfriend in Norway.
I think we've only seen one of these guys.
Yeah, we saw the bird, right?
Only Aura, right? Oh, no, Aura's not here.
No, we saw, he's right there. He's got the cannon.
He is? Okay.
Yeah.
And Russell
We didn't see Russell as well.
at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Listen.
In the cutscene.
That was, Jim, that was 3 hours and 49 minutes ago. Okay. So the next couple rooms are pretty simple. There are theoretical skips, and by theoretical I mean like they do work, but you could theoretically skip items that we went through the whole game to get and have some insane any percent run if you could do barrier skip, but
But you
all
need
of those tricks are incredibly difficult.
And slow, since we already have the items.
Yeah. So in this room, if there's gonna be dodging invisible rats and falling platforms. Okay, nice job. And then just a couple more fights.
Yeah, these next few fights are just pretty straightforward until we enter the boss.
Probably do like a donation or 2 more.
All right, we've got $20 from Jacobo the Chocobo. $5 train? Let's make it a $20 train. Choo choo. We've got a $100 donation from Justin. 5, 10, how about 100? Twilight Princess is my favorite game. Love this event and love all the puns. Good luck, runners.
All right, so after the spinner track, shout outs to DF or Draconov.
So this is like one of the most straightforward things we could have possibly like thought of, but like no one thought of it until like what was it, like a year and a half ago?
Like I just want to point out, doing that took 10 years.
Just claw shotting that. No one knew those were claw shottable.
It took 10 years for someone to figure that out. So shout out to DF for that. Yeah, he's over there. So we're coming up on the greatest fight of any Zelda game ever, Puppet Zelda. So this fight's 100% RNG.
This fight could take like 2 minutes or like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Theoretically 2 hours. And we're being serious about that. Like no memes, like this is awful. So the best cycle that you could get is 7. The time in between attacks is varied, and depending on that and the number of cycles you get depends on how good your Zelda is.
Yeah, like the...
That's a good start.
All right, 1.
Let's count. 1.
We're gonna count here.
Counting with Zelda.
Ever seen Sesame Street?
All right.
2.
2.
So he looks down here when Zelda does a triangle attack just to reduce lag.
Yeah, she has the triangle attack, and then she can like charge at you. And it really doesn't matter which one. What matters more is how long it takes for it to.
All right,
That's
3.
One extra cycle.
Usually, the perfect like 7 cycle would give you the ball there, so this could be like an 8 now.
Yeah. Hasn't been too slow so far, so this could still be a really good 8 cycle. Oh,
Never mind. Never mind.
spoke too soon.
That's 4.
4. So now the best he can get is 9. Oh yeah, you got to do the pop manipulation.
This is what the heck?
This is riveting. Okay, 5.
Is she just taking after Armagawa?
Yeah. We needed more awoos.
We need some smiles in the chat.
We need some smiles. I better go back in the VOD and see smiles all in that chat. What was that, 6?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I already lost count. I
yeah.
got bored.
Yeah, as far as the 7 cycles go during this fight, due to the varied time in between each cycle, the difference between the best possible 7 cycle and the worst possible 7 cycle is about 35 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty significant.
It gets to the point where if you got the worst 7 cycle, like a decent 9 cycle would still beat it.
It's really easy to like lose a run here, unfortunately.
Or
That wasn't terrible.
Or save a run and get world record off of Zelda.
I've lost 2 runs in the same day before to Zelda.
It can be brutal.
Okay, so coming up, he's going to be doing Beast Cannon. Beast Cannon's a little bit different than what you would see casually. So first things first, Aether's going to shoot an arrow at him and then dodge the attack. And then what he's going to try to do here is do the maximum amount of damage he can in 1 cycle. So he's going to do 4 slashes and then a full combo.
And a jump attack.
Oh yeah, a jump attack, 4 slashes,
Yep.
and a full combo there. And then that's going to set him up to do that one more time when Ganondorf spawns.
Yeah, so between doing that twice, you actually get him down to like the lowest amount of health possible, so that way he goes into his like final phase where he always tries to attack you after only 1 portal.
Yeah. And then also you can just bite him as a wolf to
Yep.
deplete his health
Since he's
instead of
only down at
transforming.
1 health, yep. All right, so yeah, usually if you didn't do those attacks and you didn't do that much damage, the portals here would be random, but he should attack you after only 3 portals here. I think the most you can get is
It's only 1.
Is it only 1? Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
always
yeah,
only 1.
Yeah. 3 is the minimum if you don't do that.
Yeah. But it could be way more than
Yeah.
3.
And then since he only has 1 health, you can just hit him with a wolf bite.
Yep.
Alright. So we're getting into like the final stretch right here. So there's only 2 more phases left. The first one is going to be horseback. Horseback is
Annoying.
It's annoying.
It's not hard, it's just annoying sometimes. Because Ganondorf can like turn really sharply.
If you're well practiced at this part, it's no problem. But you can misjudge your aiming and miss some arrows.
Also, getting hit off the horse by Ganondorf is like the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah.
Because like it's just so hard to get back on and then get behind him again and chase him.
Okay, so Aether does 2 dashes and then
All right.
just manipulates Ganondorf right there, and there you go. So now he's gonna try his best to stay directly behind Ganondorf. If he does that, or at least points Zelda towards Ganon, he'll always get a hit. So it's 3 hits to knock him down, and then once Ganondorf's knocked down, it's about a minute to the end of the game.
All right, cool.
All right. Last
Alright.
phase is coming up. Time
Nice.
is coming up
That was
shortly.
nice.
Yep.
It was not bad aside from
Yeah.
Morphle,
Yeah, Morphle
which
was
was
the
a little
only...
unfortunate.
The rest of this run was solid, so.
Probably time for a donation real quick before the final fight.
Okay, I want to get one more
Maybe a quick
pun
one,
in.
though.
Of course.
We got a $25 donation from Keith that says, "What an impressive display of lycanthropy." Ahoo!
All right, so these text boxes are actually broken in the German version. You can leave them up while still fighting him, I believe. Okay, so this is the hardest fight in the game.
This is the climactic fight.
This is the very,
It's very difficult. Super, super serious time here.
If done well, it'll take a shocking 15 seconds to do.
12, not even.
12. Okay, nice. So this is where Aether's gonna...
Also, he needs to put Iron Boots on before he kills Ganondorf.
Yeah,
It's
Aether's
important.
basically using the instant quick spin here to just instantly get Ganondorf down.
All right, now it's gonna take 15 seconds.
All right, nice. All right, and...
And time.
That was a sub-4 marathon
Yeah,
run.
sub
so
4. That's cool. That was my goal. Sub
That was
4
almost
here.
a PB too.
Better
Yeah,
than my
almost.
PB. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that was only big mistake was just dying to Morpheal. I got like all the other hard tricks I think were first try besides EMS.
It was really hard to tell what to do there though, because like it was really close
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, my equips during Morpheal, I thought I had Claw Shot already equipped because I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we were saying that, because like,
Yeah.
That's all good though.
that's
it's
the
all
problem
good.
with the item wheel, like we were talking
Yeah,
about
like
earlier.
Morpheal just sucks because like how many different things she can do.
So before we actually wrap up the run, here's a glitched cutscene that you can watch for fun. Should only take like about a minute or so with the iron boots on.
Link's
But
legs
while
are
this is
incredibly
playing,
strong.
thank you all for watching. Shout outs to the couch. The last marathon run I did, I actually didn't have a couch at all, so I did this entire thing commentating by myself. So appreciate a supportive couch.
No problem.
I love you.
Always.
Shout outs to the bat couch as well. And yeah, shout outs to Torp, shout outs to Fino, Dragonbane, pretty much the whole TP community as well. If you want to learn Twilight Princess, you can join discord.gg/TP, I believe, right?
Yes.
Is that
Yep.
it? Discord.gg/TP. Everyone there is friendly, they'll help you. But other
It's
than
a really
that,
fun run to learn.
Yeah.
It's very challenging though.
Yeah, it's a very
especially
hard
at the
run.
And
But
shout
it's
out
very
to Sky.
satisfying.
And shout out to Sky, who actually did a whole bunch of work working out like beginner routes and
Yeah, there's a lot
whole
of
bunch
beginner
tutorials.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And has an entire like tutorial on his YouTube channel. So check out Skyrion TP on YouTube.
And there's still a bunch of like active TP runners right now, so you can oftentimes end up in like their chats and ask them for help and such.
Yep.
Yeah, so here's the glitched cutscene. Link all of a sudden can run very fast in iron boots.
Yeah, it's the Wii version now.
Look at him go. He's going.
Look at him go. And then and the whole time you can just hear him clanking.
She's waiting for you. Yeah, other than that, I also will be, after the event's over, I'll be doing a 200% speedrun of this game as well.
Oh, boy.
Or speedrun. It was a sub-goal of mine to come to this event, so.
Definitely check that out.
Yeah, it's
gonna
it's gonna be like 15
fun.
hours. But other than that, thanks everyone for having us, and yeah, thanks for watching.
all right.
All right, let's give it up one more time. Woo! Thank you so much one more time to SkyBlueAether for that excellent run. You are watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2019. I am YellowKillerBee, and all the proceeds to this event go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. They are the only US-based nonprofit organization solely dedicated to cancer prevention and early detection. Their vision is to stop cancer before it starts. So we are going to be heading into our next game very soon, which is going to be Octopath Traveler, because we met that incentive. So I know I'm excited for that run. You're going to want to stick around for that. That's being run by Mermilio. But we have some other great games coming up. Right after that, we got Mega Man X1. That's a 3-team relay race. And after that, we're going to be enjoying Mega Man 10. So you know you're going to want to stick around all night. We've got some great games coming up. I do have a few more donations I want to read. We got so many good ones during that last run. Have $5 from Kari91. All aboard the $5 train. Choo-choo. We have $50 from Saturn New Hockey. Says, here's $50 to pay for a few other people. Let's keep the train going. Hi. Thanks. Thank you so much, Saturn. We have $15 from Kipling. Third donation of the run. This one is from my Uncle David, who we lost to pancreatic cancer in February 2017. If they'd caught it earlier, he'd still be with us now. Early detection saves lives, and so do your donations. Have fun. Thanks so much, Kipling. All right, we're going to take a quick word from some of our sponsors, but we will be right back. And welcome back. We are actually going to have an interview right now with the Mega Man X1 three-team relay race. So I'm going to throw it over to Darkman and the interview desk.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to AGDQ 2019. I am Darkman78, and I have with me three fantastic individuals. We have Walrus Prime, Soppa, and ColonelFatso. So these three players are part of the X1 through 3 three-team relay race. So we're going to be playing Mega Man X1, X2, X3 back-to-back in 3 teams. We're going to have 3 players racing off against, or 3 teams racing off against each other, and we'll see who's going to come up on top. So, fellas, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
So I'll go ahead and start off with you, Walrus. You are kind of like the de facto organizer of this relay event. Tell me how it kind of came together.
Well, last year, after the classic Mega Relay was such a big hit, Mike Uyama approached me personally, told me I did not have a choice. I had to do a Mega Man X1 through 3 relay race this year. So I told him it might be a pretty tough ask, but we were able to pull it off and pulled together some really amazing runners to put on an amazing show tonight, hopefully.
And I kind of want to talk a little bit about amazing runners because, here's the perfect segue. We're going to go to Soppa. So you, of course, Soppa, are from Finland. So you, one of the 4 international runners in this relay. So we have you from Finland. We have Madu and Luis Miguel that are from Brazil. And we have, of course, ColonelFatso right next to you from Canada. So talk to me about you, your experience coming here to be part of this event.
It's been pretty crazy. I've been attending European events like this, but they're nothing compared to this. This is on a different scale.
I like it. So now, Fatso, for you, you have been part of a few races before. You know, you've been part of the X2 race, X race. So, you know, you've done some races before of these games, so you're familiar. But how is this relay setting different than those races?
I think that the odds are, or sorry, the scope is a little bit bigger, right? And yeah, it's a little bit more pressure because if I mess up in a solo race, then oh well, I lost the race. No matter, no big deal, right? But if I mess up in a big way, I could throw it for the whole team, right? And that's a lot of pressure. So it's a little bit different, yeah.
Do you still feel like, though, the races that you've done in the past for GDQ events, do you still think you can draw on that for support?
Of course.
Okay, awesome. So Walrus, back to you. You know, kind of speaking to the international runners and getting everybody together, it seems like this must have been a massive effort to make this happen.
Yeah, there's no way that this relay could have been possible without the help of the greater MMX community, classic community included. There's so many people I would like to thank that helped us make this happen. There's way too many names to name, but Chelny stands out immediately of a Mega Man 4 fame. And Baron Haynes did some amazing artwork for us.
That looks good. We'll get into that in a minute.
There are countless people that helped put this together. So
awesome.
Appreciate it.
Cool. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into a few social media questions because I think we have a few whammies here. I'm going to start off first from our boy Ultra Uberness, who says, who is the best character, X or Zero? Anyone, take it.
X, obviously.
Oh, so the tiebreaker. Tiebreaker.
Oh, X. Of course.
Oh.
Zero dies.
Zero
dies
does
in all
nothing
3
but die.
games.
Hey, he finds Sigma's fortress.
He's got really good hair, though. He's also got really good hair.
He does. Yeah. Okay. All right, the hard-hitting question right here from Lasso42. Will we be seeing Neymar's Magic Platform, Phantom Carpet, Boeing, UFO, Grab Ride 77747 TM?
No.
No. Unfortunately, no. It's a 100% strat. The categories for this relay are all any percent.
So, but you didn't answer the question, though.
Maybe.
That's all I need to hear. All right, we also have a fantastic question from one Eldrinique. What's the best Maverick order between clockwise and counterclockwise?
For X1, I'm going to have to go with the extremely difficult counterclockwise octo first.
I like that. Soppa?
Have to agree.
Okay, Fatso?
Yeah, I'll make that unanimous.
Perfect. That's all I need to hear in life. All right, so, you know, we've kind of got the gist of it. You know, it's going to be an awesome relay, but before we finish up the questions, okay, we got 3 teams here. 3-team representation. We got Team X, Team Zero, Team Sigma. Fellas, I'll start with you, Walrus, as the organizer. Throw it down. Why is your team gonna win?
Because Zero sucks, and I'm the best.
Okay, Soppa?
Because these guys are too cocky and they don't deserve it.
All right, Fatso, what you got?
We're the final boss, dude.
Yeah, but the final boss dies.
So does Zero.
Yeah.
Oh. I can't really argue with that. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's going to do it for the interview portion of the event. So I want to once again thank Walrus, Soppa, and Fatso. These guys are going to be part of the X1 through 3-team relay race. It's going to be really exciting. After Octopath, you're going to see that. But before we go away, let's take a minute or two to do some quick prize show-offs. I think you see one right here in front of us. This is pretty cool. Check out that Samurai Zero figure right there. This is open. All these prizes you're going to see are open from now until the end of the Mega Man DOS block. Or Mega Man DOS block. From now until the end of Mega Man DOS. So you get to have a chance to win any of these really cool prizes. That figure is awesome, by the way. How about these Mega Man Classic figures you see right here? We have Mega Man X and Mega Man 2. Wait, that's in the wrong order. Hold on. Okay. All right, perfect. That's better.
Priorities.
Yep, yeah, like that. Okay, yeah, that's wonderful. All right, so we have these prizes in the right order now: Mega Man 2 and Mega Man X. Yeah, that's great. So we also have a really cool Octopath Traveler Tresh's Shadow Box. Look, my boy Walrus. Not only is he part of the interview, but he's also coming through in the clutch, bringing up this awesome poster here. So this thing is absolutely amazing. $20 donation to make that happen. Again, between now and Mega Man DOS. That is super fantastic. Look at that. That thing is amazing. I want to win that.
Yeah, this is really cool. I'd love to have it.
I'd love to have it, but I'm
fact,
not eligible.
I'm taking it with me.
You can't do that. You have to donate. Maybe you'll win. And then we also have, finally, we have this awesome cross-stitch in the background. This really cool, like, Mega Man, Proto Man, and I believe there's Zero there. I can't quite see from here. You have to tell me. Walrus, come on. You have to be in my eyes.
I don't know classic. It's a base?
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Perfect. All right. So yeah, so those are some of the prizes that you can win by donating. Just head on over to, of course, gamesdonequick.com/tracker to see how you can win those prizes. So yeah, so that's gonna wrap it up for us. Thank you very much for watching, and once again, we have the 3 Mega Man X1 through 3 runners: Walrus Prime, Soppa, and Fatso. Best of luck, fellas. We're really looking forward to seeing this happen. But for now, that's gonna do it. I'm Darkman78. Thanks for watching, and we're gonna throw it right back to the host.
All right, thank you, Darkman. What is up? Awesome Games Done Quick 2019. There we go, yeah. Loving it. All right, I am Mr. Game & Shout, and I'll be keeping you company through our next run. That is going to be Octopath Traveler with my man Mermillo. Mermillo, yep. I've been here for 60 seconds, and there's my first one. So before I can make another, it looks like Mermilio's ready. We're going to go ahead and throw it up to him.